Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is June 8th, 2026, and you have a wild week ahead of you. After one of the worst days and weeks in over a year, we had a big freak out on Friday. NASDAQ was down over 4.5%. You are coming in, and things are actually looking a little bit more positive. Now, a lot of people are bringing up the stats of how the market sells off with the VIX and the back-to-back, but what happened, you had Jensen hyping up some Korea stuff, even saying buy the dip. Korea did do terrible again. They actually got halted to the downside, so you're kind of brushing that all off. And then the Iranians put out a statement saying that they are done attacking Israel after we got a little bit of a airstrike drama. So you got a couple of things that you're going to be juggling in there. It seems a little bit more of a relief rally today. That could either all change, but then keep in mind we have the big data this week. We get the CPI. We're going to hear from the ECB, Bank of Japan's. These are all things that could move the dollar, the bond yields, and everything else we've been dealing with. And then the week after that, you are going to be getting your first Fed meeting from your new Fed chair in over a year. So we had a big Chatadonia. I hope you're ready for all of it. It's going to be a wild one, and we have a lot of hours ahead of us. And I was just telling the locked-in guys, just imagine how we looked by Friday. You know, same thing goes for this week. I mean, it could go in either direction, and now our work is cut out for us with the bubble, putting some conviction to the test. But Chatadonia, we got a great day ahead, and before we chase a dollar, before we try to win rich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, even the families. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your service and commitment to this country, a contribution to all of our collective freedom. I hope the long term and anything else we do could help, but at the very least, I hope you know we love and appreciate you. And everybody else out there, man, if you haven't served, I don't know how you feel about a war or anything else going on, but I'm not here to change your opinion on that. What I am here to tell you, though, you can never take away the honor from those who have decided to serve and give up so much for the people they have never even met. So veterans, God bless every single one of you. Big shout outs to your families as well. We love you. And big shout outs to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to judge! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh my goodness. Happy Monday. Oh, you still have time to go back to bed. You know, you still have time. Oh, man, how much time do we have? We only got a minute? Oh, we only got a minute and a half. So, Chatadonia, got a couple of things I'm going to be looking at. XLP, XLV, again, any of those rotations from last week, the leadership change. Keep that in mind. Enrix, they had a biotech deal today, so they started moving up again. UNH, all the healthcare biotech vibe. You saw that rotation last week. So going to be watching those. Palantir, Zillow, Netflix. We're going to look for some double dips. Not going to force them. Just want to see kind of how the premiums play out. Then ABAT, they got like, what's it called? Their grants from the Department of Energy. They got restored. And then GLW, they had a deal with Amazon, but that thing also popped about 9% already. So we're going to see how that one plays out. But other than that, we should have a good time. A good time, a great time. And then, wait, where is it? Oh, no, I can't find it. I think we're going to see, again, just watching for the bounce and whether or not the leadership, just kind of, again, do you see the rotations that you saw last week? I do think that is going to be important. Oh, where is it? We got 30 seconds. We got 30 seconds. Oh, yeah.
ICAP needs Jesus.
game time. 10 seconds, Chad. So, game time or go to bed. The choice is yours. Oh, yeah, you had Intel. They said Google and Amazon might use them as backup chips, or Google and somebody else. I think Microsoft. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, we're off. Again, 0.7, 0.8 seems to be a recovery. We'll just see if that holds. Again, even then, chips. Actually, bonds aren't down too much. Again, watch the dollar. Dollar down a little bit, but even then, early pre-market, dollar was up a decent amount. So, yeah, 0.4 on the Dow, 1.8 on the NASDAQ. Okay, so it's like almost a little less than half of the loss on Friday. Not too bad. Russell's up by 1, and then SPY around 0.9. Interesting. So, yeah, SPY's already even moving around there. I wonder. I don't know if we're going to get the melt-up mode. Let's see where the energy names. So a couple of other energy names were triggered on the algo, like TE. Was it Google? It was Google and Microsoft, right? Or was it just Google with the Intel stuff? But yeah, Intel's already up 10, so that's exciting. CoreWeave. Let's see, healthcare. Actually, healthcare's up by a little bit. So again, watch the staples. They're already down. We'll see if that works. Apple, wow, they are starting off there. Like we said, Apple's either going to be the rotation or it's going to be the, it might be the, what was it? Either rotation or I'm blanking. But watch them, and then you have the WWDC event. Coming in hot. Tesla. And then where's NVIDIA? So NVIDIA's actually up by 2. No way. So again, even Korea's up by 7. I guess the Korean ETF is up by 7, but again, they got halted and clapped yesterday night. Ay. Fascinating. The Meta court case you are going to be getting by the end of this week. Yep. And they're coming down there too, so watch out. Remember, people freaked out on those headlines on Friday about them offering more. CBOE is XLV going up. Again, Apple. So again, watch healthcare, financials, staples, that leadership change. That's what we're going to kind of want to look for. Again, oh yeah, reported Google TPU order. That Intel news is hitting again. And then Appad. XLV. Oh, baby, big spread. Big spread. Yeah, Eli Lilly had something this morning. What was it? Was it a drug approval or did they buy somebody? There was something there. And then MS on the high. I mean, you are going to get a banking conference. FCX, again, copper is pretty much the only metal in the green. I guess silver went green. Shouldn't be. Was it yet GLP-1 results? They had something. So, and there's a couple of other, there's another GLP-1 biotech. There's like 2. One was related to even peptides. But yeah, surprisingly though, drugs, healthcare, not too crazy to start off. Again, I think a lot is just this, this bounce mode after Friday. And NVIDIA selling. I mean, even SPY a little bit. So again, SPY hit as high as 0.9. Let's see what we got. Please hold. ICAP. That's not gonna work. Oh, QNT, they gave it an option chain already? No way. And that thing's below the 60 price. I'm assuming it's traded its whole offering by now. Oracle again. Oracle isn't the earnings right around the corner here, or isn't it? Is it this week or next week? Them and a Dabe, and then SPY is dropping a little bit. Good morning. On the NVIDIAs, maybe the TSMs, but they actually dropped the bid. I think that's the chip stocks or any of the chip plays. They just have very wide spreads. That's what you got to be careful of. The bounce continues, I think you'll get rewarded, but then if any of those flip around, you will pay for it. Oracle's tomorrow. Wow, Habibi. Kimberly's up, but like notice, I mean, again, you got a bounce from Friday, so it's like half of those rotation names, they're not again, healthcare, certain staples, they're not ripping like they were. It's but then again, some of the tech stocks, they haven't recovered from where they came from. So we're a little bit in the middle here. Again, I think a little bit of a hangover from Friday, but we'll see where the leadership is going. Not to mention oil. Oil is both down and green at the same time. I mean, it was at 95, but you're still up, I guess, 11 cents. Not too bad. That could change here in a little bit. Yeah, there was not anything to the downside algo-wise this morning. There was just not too many names that opened up in the red. But that's why, too, how the rest of this day plays out. A lot could happen. Google's in the red. Apple's up. Again, Meta's on to the low. It's literally just trading in that range from the Friday offering news. Where is a Cyber? Fastly, DataCal. I haven't even seen what's it called? Software. They're down by barely green. I mean, chips are up 4%, ironically. Cart? Yo, what's going on with Cart right now? That looks like news. Instacart doing a little pop and lock. I don't see anything. Yeah, but Cart's kind of going crazy. And then AMD, is that TLT? Or? TLT's at least catching a bid here for now. And then AMD on the high. Intuit on the low. 291, Habibi. It's very, I mean, it kind of look, it's a $10 lower. It's attractive, Habibi. Let's see. IBRX takeover speculation. Did they have something? Let me see. There was a lot of like individual biotech headlines this morning. And then, yeah, I don't see anything on, what's it called? I don't see anything on Instacart, but that thing's kind of going crazy. Oscar Health, see if any XLV goes up. Silver's moving up. Again, silver was red. I mean, technically, I think the futures are red, even though SLV's in the green. Yeah, IBRX was just at the Jefferies conference last week. But no, they didn't have a headline this morning. Cart is not Instacart. No, I think it is. It's Maple Bear. That's what they call it. Very Canadian. Oil's about to go red on the day. Walmart's even catching a bid. Oscar, 52-week high. Clove didn't move. Oscar killed it. UNH on the low. Cigna, Humana. They're not doing much. Elf, too. You were asking me about that one last week. So C2, again, a lot of consumer plays. They loved it on Friday. Anything both discretionary or defensive. So it's, again, kind of a mixed bag right now. Rum, didn't they have headlines last week too? And then again, Fastly and a couple of these cyber names. Some more than others, but like Fastly, Net, Datadog, they're moving. Actually, Net came down, and Datadog, just Fastly now. Do I think this rally will last? I don't think it matters. I think what matters is just pretty much by Wednesday. Thankfully, we don't have to wait too long. So you get today. I mean, you'll get tomorrow as well. But then the data comes out Wednesday morning, and that'll be our first set. So by Wednesday, I think we'll have an idea if there's a better or worse surprise on CPI, and then how the market absorbs it, and then also too any of these other like follow-up momentum headlines from Jensen, or just anything related to the chip space. You know, again, Jensen was saying buy the dip, saying it was cheaper. They make a deal with the Koreans. So there's a lot going on that could add to the momentum, but that's what we need to see. And then ultimately, again, what does the macro data do to the dollar? What does it do to the bonds? Does this change the ideas of how people are feeling about the rate hikes, amongst other things? But I do think the dollar is the answer. I posted that video there yesterday. We could even talk about it a little bit. But yeah, I think the dollar will reflect it, and then also too, just it's not good environments when the what's it called? The employment rate is lower than inflation. It creates a really weird setup. Oh, Zillow 52-week low. No. So that's finally lower than the first time. I think we played it around here, and then it hit that low, and then it bounced, and then it came down. Let me see my preems. There's same price on the ask, and then the bid is now. That's the first time it's been lower. Oh, no. Oh, where's Netflix? Your boy. It's your boy. Why is the dollar coming down? I think we just chilled over the weekend. Again, there was a mix of, though, the thing with oil right now and the dollar. I don't know if the dollar is much. I feel like the dollar could drop more, but the bigger headline today is the Iranians saying they're stopping the conflict with the Israelis. So that's kind of what caused the oil move. Everything else just seemed to be a little bit of chilling out after the Koreans had a halt and a dip, and then it just got pumped by Jensen. But I don't know if that's like the number one. I don't know if that's good enough for that to like stick over the next 48 hours. I think the data will determine that. All right, well, oil's about to go negative. SPY below VWAP. Kimberly dropped new tech diapers. I don't even know if you're messing with me. They got what? They got Huggies AI? TSM, SMH chips are breaking out right now. Who's leading this? I mean, AMD, Intel, I think TSM. And Broadcom again. SPY VWAP still around 3/4. The Dow is barely green. And then NASDAQ still by 1.8. Let's see. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, my movers aren't updating. $170 green. Yeah, my thing hasn't loaded yet. Gotta give it a couple more minutes. 2 more minutes. Rivian. Hi. Again, Fastly seems to be the first one doing it. They're kind of all over the place. And then XLV is still barely green. Staples are red. Financials are literally right in the middle. So again, all these areas that could, where you could change leadership, they're kind of just all pinned. Meanwhile, chips are up 4, which is, again, they were the ones that got clapped on Friday. There's 0 volume on the Quantinium options. Well, I mean, even then, it was hard to get volume even for the offering, as weird as that sounds. Okay. Why does it look like this? It's not gonna hit. June 6th. Isn't that today's June 8th? We're almost by the end of this week. We're gonna be halfway done with June. That's what I'm saying. Again, by Wednesday, thankfully, you're gonna get the bigger set of data, and then you're gonna close it out with central banks, and then from there we'll see where dollar and bonds are. Dollar's climbing up a little bit, even though oil's about to go red, and then silver and gold giving it up. Didn't Bitcoin bounce a little today? Yeah. Halfway done with the year is very wild. I know you're close. You're about to be closer to 2027. Oh, and then we do get the SpaceX IPO too. That's the other cherry on top. And there's Meta. Again, SPY VWAP. It's funny. Dollar's climbing a little bit. I haven't seen TLT. Yeah, even TLT going in the opposite direction. Everything's actually going in the opposite direction. So SPY's kind of in la la land. I mean, you have oil working with you, but bonds and the dollar not playing along as much, but you haven't really moved since this whole little pre-market relief. Duolingo, Oracle, Lyft on the high now too, and now Snow. So again, see if a couple more of these cyber names pop. You got Rigetti and then Fly. I mean, a couple of, remember, Space Stocks even got knocked last week too. Did IGV close that daily gap? Oh, I guess so. That was a wild time. I can't believe it hit 108, dude. Oh, man. So we'll see if this is the reload or not. I think, again, I think the dollar will easily determine that. That's why. So pretty much by the end of this week, if the dollar's higher, no good for momentum. Dollar lower, Habibi? Wow, good. They like it. Doot. Let's either hold more weight. No, it's like that's the problem with it. It sucks because like I don't even want to confuse you guys too much, because that's what I'm saying. It's like chicken or the egg. So the dollar and bond volatility are kind of going to be the same thing. I mean, bond volatility is bond volatility. The dollar will kind of just be the level that it stays at. But like, yeah, so in a weird way, it's like the dollar bonds could make the dollar go up, and the dollar could make the bonds get volatile, if that makes sense. So it's like they all feed into stuff, but I do think the easiest way you can observe of whether or not momentum is likely to continue or not is where the dollar's at. Like I'm saying, by the end of the week, if the dollar is higher than that 3-month range that we've been in and it's hitting a new high, you're probably not going to keep rallying. And then vice versa, you know, it's like by the end of this week, the data, whatever happens, who knows, from Jensen all the way down to the CPI, it's like if the dollar stays lower, that'll be good. Even if we get a little bit more bond volatility, I do think ultimately wherever the dollar settles, just like last year, that'll either red light or green light in terms of momentum continuing. Hawkish Warsh could make a strong dollar. He could, yes, 100%. 100%. Halliburton, CNH. CNH is running. This is agriculture, I think. They were one of those agriculture plays. They started running off of that, like tariffs getting lowered on like the tractors or things like 2 weeks ago. P10 Coals. XLP. You got like retail stores doing good. I mean, Walmart was. Everything's just chill though. They're not like moving too much. Now UNH, see if more healthcare, even the biotechs. Trump running out of the interview on Saturday? No, what happened? I did not. Uber pursuit of delivery hero faces fresh challenges. Oil below 91 a barrel. Pepsi still dropping. MO wins on the low. Oh, Pepsi back to 139. Isn't this the price I wanted? Or no, it was 129, and then it ripped. Interesting. Habibi, you know, maybe we get a good Pepsi. You guys remember the Pepsi? Cerberus. Actually, where's a SMCI? Saudi says sirens sounded earlier in the day were precautionary. Netflix almost gave up all of the like even that like pre-earnings move. Yeah, a little bit more. The offering news, it was I still think they like denied it, but everybody kept running with it. But yeah, I don't necessarily think it was I don't think it was fully accurate. It was a report, but pretty much no confirmation, no denial like fully. But there was one source that said it wasn't like it's not like they're not doing it. But yeah, and then you haven't had any official announcement as of now. Is that Intuit? Intuit's climbing up now. You get a high. And then CBOE on the low. Etrade 1240, pretty cheap. It sounds like it. I haven't looked. Yeah, I haven't looked at it in a minute. It just sucks because it's all part of the mortgages and the real estate stuff. So like in a weird way, I mean, even though they offer a service, it's kind of like buying a bond. So I mean, I think it'll do better. You have risk as long as the rates in real estate keep operating how they are. It's gonna kind of be in the same trend. But yeah, at least it's lower. Dude, I hate my what's it called? My ThinkOrSwim charts. They don't pull up as much, but I do think what was the lowest Archite's been at? But yeah, they're one of my favorites in terms of like real estate though. Out of any of these real estate companies, I'm a bigger fan of them than not. But yeah, they're still like up 100% from the highs, but then below that IPO. UMC is better if they could figure out their debt. Yeah, I mean, if UMC gets rid of everything bad, but for now, I think Archite is the better quality one. I like Pepsi as well. I mean, if that comes down, I mean, shit, dude. We got new prices on Intuit. Again, Pepsi's coming down to a level that we liked before, even Procter & Gamble. So I'm glad we got some of the other stuff we did, just the other week. But yeah, if we get new names on any of these are great. Alibaba forms unit to consolidate model development teams. Is that for AI? NVO could be an option, yes. A-Lab. Iron. What about the Nibis? Iron's even at the highs. Where's the chips again? Nvidia is still green, but near the low. I mean, SMH is still literally up 4.7. That's kind of crazy. Tesla, a little bit. Tesla's up 2.6. Microsoft's in the red. Google is in the red. I don't know. Amazon's green. And then iPad. And then Meta. Oh, scared. Another one. And then Cerberus again. And then Carvana. And now Palo Alto. It's another cyber play. Those are, again, half of them are up, half of them are red. Let's see the breakdown now. Can I get a market check? Dow Jones, 15 green, 15 in the red. Dow is up by 0.39. NASDAQ, 48 green, 53 red. NASDAQ's up 1.8. So it's just a matter of composition and who's leading. And then SPY, 326 in the red, 170 in the green. So yeah, you're not even like broadening out the same way. You have more names in the red right now, even though we are up just under 1%. Let's see, Alex. Yeah, it could be. I mean, it's a good name. It's a good name. That's why the irony of what's gone on lately. Just, remember I added to the long term just in the last couple of days. So it just sucks how a lot of those areas moved so much. But, that should give you an idea of, some of the names I was valuing and focusing on. But we talked about like 5 other ones. I think we've had the discussion for a minute. The only, again, last week kind of complicated some of the value pickups. Again, I still think there's great names out there, but now it's just a matter of we don't know where the leadership is going, and some of those already moved a lot on Friday. So again, just be aware of what's number one quality, the mid tier, and then what's at the bottom tier. QNT is moving now. Quantinium. Well. Very interesting. Expensive options on that one. What do I think? Tech up or tech down? Oh, I have no preference. I have no preference, no bias. I look forward to this week giving us a little bit more clarity. I like, it's like red light, green light. That's the game I feel like we're playing. So it's exciting. For the 10-year long term, do you buy individual stocks or index fund? It depends. I mean, how much time do you have to put towards it all? So, and then also like your discipline. I mean, if you actually have time to, at least once a month, and then you're not going to buy like dumb plays. I mean, I would go for individual names personally, but if you don't have the time for it, if you're prone to like, kind of buying lower quality names, or like you really don't know what to buy, the ETFs can be the easy, less time commitment option. But my long term, I only do individual stocks. Is USAR a good long term hold? It might be, but I don't. I put USAR under my my list of like shitty names last year that we gambled on. It kind of reminds me of the space stock. SPY going lower. Where's a Bitcoin? Chop City. I mean, right now, all that's happening is a lot of the names that got beaten down got a bid today. That's really it. So like I'm saying, you still have more. You actually have more names down than not today, and that's why just the sizing of it. Nasdaq just lost 0.5% though on that last 2 minutes here. Nasdaq was just at 1.8. Now it's at 1.3. CNN, U.S. official, U.S. military did not intercept any Israeli or Iranian missiles launched overnight. The U.S. moves to impose visa restrictions on Nicaraguan officials. It's NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is about to go red. Again, doesn't help you have Google and Meta lagging too. Living the vida long term. I did not buy into it for the long term, but I like it. That was the only one that's like down. So I put out a list like a week or two ago, and then I ended up buying Kimberly. But then, yeah, Intuit, that's the only one that's still in the red. So watch what happens here, though. As we go red, take note of what starts to rotate a little bit. Because, again, XLV starting to go up here a little bit. XLP and the staples. I mean, shit, you even got Netflix playing along, for crying out loud. A little sweet greens, too. And then, oonch. The World Cup does start this week. People have been hyping that up. So that's why even some people were thinking some of these war headlines. I mean, you got the war, you have the World Cup starting this week. We get the SpaceX IPO. So you get the CPI. Oh man, welcome to June, you guys. And again, June is a fucking wild card. You guys know that, right? I'm telling you, June is absolutely, it's half of them green, half red. Oh, it's going to be good. Nvidia. Apple's even coming down again. Netflix, that one's standing out. Let's see if he can get a rotation. I thought I was just going to fill that last gap at this point. Alrighty. Oscar again. Healthcare is starting. It's healthcare and staples right now. They just got a little bit of a bid on that decline. There's Humana, UNH. Again, Lyft, a couple others, not healthcare related, but those are generally moving. Pulled the bids. Dollar Tree stores again into it now. Spotify had they had news about like getting into broadcasting like live shows or something. They did have a headline this morning. PRGO. Whoa, Perigo is up 7.8. Pretty sure, isn't this the fucking Plan B drug? Am I tripping? Perigo? It's a big biotech, but I don't know why they're ripping like that. Oh no, is it Perigo? But yeah, they're up 8. It is Perigo. Oh, they had unusual options on May 29th. Interesting. Around the same price the stock was at. But yeah, I don't know. This could either be the biotech's running or they have their own news, but there's no headlines on this now. Is TTD dead? It might be. I think they're a cool company. They just really faced a lot of like real competition in the last couple of this last like year or so. They were supposed to be one that was supposed to like recover quick, but then yeah, I mean even with like AI, just a lot of companies ended up like just replacing what they do with like the ad service and all that. So yeah, but I mean it might turn around maybe one day, but for now, I mean a lot of people have been looking for TTD to turn around for like 2-3 years now at this point. TLT on the low. Watch out for bond volatility. So again, bonds gapped up, what, just under 0.5% already, and then they've already gone negative. Meanwhile, I mean, dollar's still in the red, and then everything's still holding up, but you've slashed a little bit off of the morning. And then oil barely green. Silver and gold coming down. Bitcoin is still up 5. And there's Tessie, Duolingo. Eli Lilly now. That one's still going. And then Walmart. So you might get more again, UNH2 and healthcare. Healthcare, generally the staples. I mean, it's both like a mix of like staples and then consumer defensives that are moving. But yeah, it's not like Friday, but we're still like in this middle ground of determining leadership changes. So happy Monday, my friend. Monday after a 4% sell-off. I mean, SPY's up by 0.6 right now. Russell 1.0, NASDAQ 1.3, and then Dow 0.38. ELF is going up again. That was ripping in the morning. It's up 8% now. Then Upwork and CMG. Yeah, the White House meeting with AI companies, we just don't have a date on it. There's no, like, full confirmation on that. They just talked about it, and I think they're going to use that as one of those momentum headlines to either add or take away momentum this week. But yeah, we don't really have like a date centered around it. Oh, oh, oh. IGV Micron on the low. Micron and then booking on the high. Yeah, Shell. I think Shell is European. I haven't even looked at the European stocks yet. DXCM, another biotech. Where's XBI? Interesting. XBI gapped up and came down, but you've at least seen like 2 or 3 different biotechs up like 8% today. Even Pfizer's now starting to go. Interesting. And then travel, Marriott, booking. I think someone brought up Airbnb earlier. They're up 1. I'm still mad if he opens up his AI lab. Chesky, he should give us some. Would I consider adding Bitcoin in the 50, 60 price? I mean, I would at this point, I mean, I'd be down to speculate on Bitcoin, but like I wouldn't add it to the long term, or I wouldn't say like, let's start a crypto portfolio. I will if it comes back to like what, 10,000, 18 grand maybe. You know, I'm not the guy to ask for that, but I would speculate on it as long as the ISM is in expansion. That's the way I look at it. If the ISM is in expansion, I mean, Bitcoin still has a shot, but yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not. It's all speculative. I don't view it as like a. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't view it as like, yeah, it'd be good to make a long-term investment on it right now. Qubit's now on the high. I think you were getting moving earlier. Yeah, the ZE hack. Dude, that was talked on Friday. I'm surprised more people didn't react to that. So, like, literally, you had AI already technically hack the crypto. What was it, Zcash? Apple. And then Cerberus. This thing keeps running all day. Yeah, so Cerberus is up 15%. That's odd, all things considered, with our little chip freak out the other day. XLV starting to move up a little bit. RCL, again, travel names are not doing too bad. Again, Perigo, once again. And Target and Kroger. So yeah, all those big box stores have been doing pretty well too. It's not bad. I mean, again, you still have more names that are down, but it's a lot better than Friday, my friends. A lot better than Friday. Dow's 19 in the green. So that got a little better. NASDAQ 56 in the green. So a couple names moved there. But yeah, SPY 278. Actually, 30 names just went green. Believe it or not. Oh! And now it's Bradley Frizzle and the Peach on a Monday. That's what we needed. Oh, speaking of leadership change, you're going to have the Peach leader now. That's all the market was looking for. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Ladies and gentlemen, it's here. Bradley, how was your weekend, brother? Oh, my goodness. Good morning. Good. That's what we needed, brother. That's what we need. Now, Kevin Warsh. I can't believe it. This is going to be Kevin Warsh versus the first Peach. You know that, right? This will technically be the first Kevin Warsh Peach. Oh, man, I'm very excited. Your chat GPT pick you 5 names to buy long term. That's very foolish. Put that in the other chat next time. Okay? But yeah, good luck. I don't think that's just I bet my money on you, not the bot. But you know, there's one way to learn. One way to learn. DLTH, whatever this is, up 27. And Bradley, I don't know, man. It might be time for Boeing. You know that, Bradley? They've been hoeing Boeing, but the peach. Meanwhile, every day, every single day. Happy Monday. That's what we needed, my friends. That's what we needed. Sam Bankman submits approval for pardon. I mean, maybe he could turn around the crypto. Maybe that's what we need right now. Maybe that's what we need, Sam Bankman. You know what? Because honestly, last time the ISM was in expansion, when Sam Bankman was free, it hit a high. So you know what? Maybe that's what we need. Crypto, what do you guys say? Would you guys do it? So if they released Sam Bankman, but it brought crypto to an all-time high, would you free Sam Bankman? Would you be okay with that? What if he's what you needed? Wouldn't that suck? If all the success was determined by Sam Bankman, one man in a cucumber? Israel military sirens, northeastern or northern Israel. Lift again. I feel like I've seen that there all day. There's your TTD on the high. Zivra again. More biotechs. Well, speaking of which, Bitcoin's still going up. We got Bradley and Boeing. Excuse me. Where's XLP? There's no go as much. UNH came down again. Biotechs themselves. Whenever Perigo, no, Pfizer came down. Where are the banks? Banks are pinned. So even then, look at how the banks performed on Friday. So again, they did very good on Thursday. So that's still one of those areas that could gain leadership. Same with the staples, but the staples kind of underperforming. Meanwhile, chips are still up, but then SPY right here below VWAP, kind of coming back down, and oil catching somewhat of a bid. Up early. Come on, we need some prices to move around, you know, Habibi? We need them to give us a good price, Habibi. Where's our Reddit? That was pumpy last 2 weeks. Bankman-Fried submits application. How is he even doing this? Is he still on his computer? 3M on the high? They gave him internet access. I don't know why. Oh, I think this week is going to be exciting. I think this week is going to be a lot. I mean, I was saying it from pretty much end of May to even last week, you know, this week and then next week. I mean, I'm sadly, in true Wall Street fashion, I'm getting a little bit more excited for Kevin Warsh and the next event. But I do think this week, you know, we have, there's just so many potential catalysts in June that can, you know, tilt the pendulum or push the pendulum in either direction. So, but I do think we'll get to watch the dollar and see where some things end by the end of this week. So should be exciting. I'm at least pretty excited for all of it. Best Buy did a partnership thing with Meta today to do like a bunch of Meta lab stores. And then Palant. Workday as well. Again, more software names. Oracle. How much did Adobe move off the bottom? Adobe options are kind of shit, though. Well, I guess it's right back. Skyworks. And then TTD again. Let me see it. Who was it? Adobe. I think it says Oracle June 10th and Adobe June 11th. Yeah, so you got a little bit of time on those. My name is Sam. I need more money. Okay. Sprout's still going up. I know Netflix finally moved today. INHD, a couple others, high tickers picking up. All right, well, I got one for this morning. This one, I mean, don't fuck it up. I put out the exact price, so be careful. So just in case in the next 3 days, not a recommendation. Like I said, if you pay more than that price, you'll get scammed. All the AI frontier labs, or they're gonna pop the bubble because they ain't generating. I mean, technically, it's gonna be when they have to pay the bonds. Everything always comes back to the bonds. But essentially, I mean, think about it. A lot of these AI labs and these AI companies, they raised a lot of money over the last couple years, but you usually pay things back every 3 to 7 years. So depending on how that schedule plays out and whether or not they made money, that'll probably determine when things go a little bust. I did a cheap Adobe pre-run up play, but yeah, I can't give everybody the strike. It already jacked up. Like I was saying, there's one cheap one just sitting on the chain. But yeah, not a recommendation. I kept it small. It was a very, very cheap one. Coin on the high. Is the dollar still? You're right, bro. Dollar's about to go break even. It's not good. So again, I mean, SPY's coming down. You're up a decent amount, at least on the NASDAQ. But like we're seeing here, I mean, this is all, this is still like a very small amount. Like it's just a small amount of names that are driving things. So yeah, it's not good. Netflix finally running how it should on some of these days. Did not do that once last week. .3M, and then Dexcom again, another biotech. I don't know why 3M started going. Three to 7 years payback, 3 to 7% returns. It's all connected, bro. Canada is launching new loan program to help airlines deal with high fuel prices. IDYA. Oh, no. ADEA. That was the one from Friday. But yeah, whatever. IDYA is moving up. And then Intel, that didn't move. Again, Kroger, Sprouts, all those little retail stores are moving up. Adabe. Pool for the long term? No, I have not. TB, are the bonds dying? Yeah. So TLT, I mean, it's kind of volatile, gapping up like 0.5% now, giving it up, going red. That's not good. Kimberly again because of a Kenview. Dude, I think we're back to green on Kimberly. I mean, that's just crazy from Friday. Millions worth of out the money puts. Oh, I needed the chart of it, but yeah, dude, on Friday there was like a record amount of puts that were bought. That's the crazy part. Remember how we were just talking about the skew, and even how the skew was kind of hitting one of those lows? I mean, after Friday though, a lot of people positioned. So in a weird way, I mean, you went from like nobody having puts to, after a big move like Friday, you know, I mean, people are prepared for somewhat of a downside move. As odd as that may sound, considering we've seen some wild stuff already this year. Gold, you hold it until the war really ends. So gold is part of that dollar play. So like I'm saying, you know, if the dollar keeps climbing up, gold's probably not going to move, and then vice versa. If the dollar can actually stay stable or go lower, that's what's going to free up some of those metals. And then meanwhile, the only metal not really linked to any of this is copper. That's the one that's been able to hit the high throughout all of it. IDF, one launch detected, fell near IDF troops in Lebanon. GitLab on the high. Didn't they just have bad earnings? And then SPY just right near the bottom. I mean, oil's not budging. Again, you're getting movements out of the dollar and bonds, which isn't good, but everything else seems a little bit pinned. Planet. Perfect. Yeah, Sprouts keeps going up. Okay, Netflix, not bad, brother. Not bad at all. Well, Apple WWDC, so depending on what they announce and then how that plays out. Sometimes it's a sell the news event. I know there's like some stat behind it. But yeah, I still don't. Again, they're either going to be the new leader, or they're going to like kind of run with everything. They're either going to inverse or follow with the momentum. I mean, I think Apple looks very interesting at 3 whatever. DSGX. I have looked at the yen. I'll remind you though. So you even, again, that's one of the events this week, the Bank of Japan, but not for what you think it is. Just because, you know, again, the whole idea of the ECB raising rates and then Japan, that's just going to feed into this higher rate regime all around the world. So imagine if people are worried about rates going up in the United States, you know, think about it. You're about to go watch rates in other places go up as well too. But I wouldn't be worried about the Japanese until the bond yields come down. I mean, let me put it this way. Are you guys ready? I've showed this every time, and it shocks people every time I show them. Do you guys notice that? So today, the bond yields are up, but anytime there has been volatility in the market recently, the bond yields in Japan have been coming down a little bit. So any aggressive pullback in Japanese bonds, then I would pay attention to all that. But for now, it's just a matter of both what happens in the U.S. and then this whole idea of higher rates, dollar instability. That's kind of what's feeding into this with the events that we have this week. Advice, I'm just now starting out. Get a long term. I put it in that video the other day. I said I just make an account. I'd say start putting 10% in there, finding stocks to hold. Again, the ones that are down, and then you'll, you know, until you start figuring out the trading stuffs and everything in between, you'll at least become an owner and understand equity, at least for options. I mean, I do think the best way to learn options is to really learn equity. Have I started trading water yet? Like water futures? No, I have not. Did you see my comment on that one video? Coharris and now Lennar Home Builders. And then Marvel, CEPT. Marvel doing good. Again, Marvel gapped up, I mean, like 9%, so it's still technically holding. Actually, that was a crazy one last week. I forgot about that. Young Jensen. TGTX and NVS guided $6 billion in sales for Kesimpta. TGTX got a little pop off of that, and NVS on the low. A Wingstop again. It's like the third or fourth food play. SPY climbing up a little bit. Again, no real catalyst for it. I mean, I guess the dollar dropped a little bit, and then TLT maybe bottoming out. And then chips. I mean, SMH is coming up. So again, you actually got both chips and software up. I want to say I guess Staples down. It's a very weird breakdown of today, my friends. Again, you're not getting the same like leadership clear rotation as you did on some of these other days. So this is a mix of like relief rally, chips coming up, but like industry wise, it's very hard to see a leader. You're like broadening out, but you're like not. It's an awkward one to start off here on this Monday after 4% down. Yeah, utilities down, energies are up, producers, manufacturers, consumer durables. It's an interesting mix, brother. A lot of energy, actually, a lot of energy related names and sectors in miscellaneous. INHD, Rivian, UNH. All right, a couple things. Ouster again. Now TGT, Target, KHC. So there's just a burst of consumer names, low-key. Well, crypto's up. Your boy Michael Saylor bought more crypto after just selling the other day, ironically. Yeah, remember the Photonics names on Friday. They had a little bit of a pump fake, but then dude, anything that was down and anything chip related, I mean, it's generally, you know, even though Korea did bad and we had a little bit more of that freak out, they're all kind of up right now. I mean, again, SMH is up by 4. I don't think Besant has one of those Congress things, but he might be on the calendar. Still no long-term ads since Oracle. No. I added Kimberly Clark last week. So I put out a video on YouTube and Instagram. It was a small video, but yeah. It's unfortunate though, because it moved up pretty quick and there's no more dividend. And then Fed. Yeah, they have Fed inflation expectations. Chancellor Merz. Marvel, Cisco, Coherus. Let's see, Polyalti. What is this high bad? Well, Intel already went up this morning again. Apparently got an order from Google. And then a report that like both Google, was it Apple or Amazon, said they'd use them as a backup chip. Yeah, Bitcoin, I think it could have been off of Michael Saylor's purchase, but seemed to run up with everything else. But yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's up like 6% today, 5.9. Novo ADRs quickly dropped to 3.8. Are they down on the Eli Lilly stuff? CCOI. Well, Iran again. Not Iran, but Iran. It's on the high in Ambarella. And then Skyworks too. These are all like chip related, smaller ones. There's Qualcomm. They ain't doing nothing. IBM. Affirm. Oh, nice. $16 print on Bank of America overnight. Beautiful. About monthly Palantir, I would get time on those. I mean, it's high risk, high reward. I think eventually you're going to hear something from Palantir and the government. Eventually, I just don't know when. That's why I say time. But yeah, if we could close in on it. It just sucks though. The premiums are still a little higher from even when we played them, as weird as that may sound. So yeah, that's why I said we'll look for any of the plays from last week. I mean, I'd be down. Anything I ended up holding, anything I didn't sell, I'd look for a double dip. But yeah, we want a little bit more clarity on just the overall vibe of the market though. Like I'm saying, we still don't know, confirm or deny. Does momentum come back or does it flip? I haven't looked at this SPY, but I could see. I mean, again, we haven't done much. It's been 1 hour, and we've pretty much stayed within about 0.3 range. I mean, the Nasdaq, yeah, about 0.5. Nasdaq's back to 1.8. So Nasdaq is on the high, and that's like the odd part is that you're not really broadening out today. You have more names that are down, and it's just a couple of leaders that recovered overnight and over the weekend that are kind of pushing us up here. Cerberus, Coin, Fun. Fun is up 8%. Six Flags, what's up? Remember, they were that buyout target a long time ago. A year ago. A peace deal before the World Cup. Yeah, I think we were talking about that a couple months ago. That was one of the theories, is that coming into the World Cup, he'd be more likely to wind it down. Or again, and then again, anytime the bond rates get to a certain level, bond or dollar, we'll find out. Google, more big box retailers than FJet, but Target, Sprouts, those are both on the high. Yeah, Google not doing too hot. I mean, Nvidia's there in the mid. I mean, Nvidia's not the best, but it's not. At least it's not red. And then Meta's still down 1%. And then Microsoft too. Remember, dude, Microsoft was at 440, 450 last week. That was fun. FIFA will be, or the CPI will be bad. It could be. That's, most people are expecting it's going to come above 4. That's what I'm worried about. But you never know. You just never know. It might come in. If it comes in lower, awesome. But then it's one thing too. Even if it comes in above 4, we still got to see how the market is going to react to it. So yeah, last time was 3.8. So yeah, if we come in any higher than like what, 0.3, it triggers. So yeah, it's most likely going to be 4. But yeah, the question is still how the market's going to take it. That's what I'm saying. Watch the dollar, watch the bond volatility. I'm sure it'll play out. And then again, you factor that into everybody else around the world raising rates. It's going to it has the potential to create a narrative or a catalyst in and of itself. I mean, again, too, even though like the jobs report that was on Friday, the jobs report, I think there was more at hand on what happened on Friday, but it did coincide around a data release, unfortunately. All right, SPY's starting to tick back up. Again, we've been here for an hour, haven't really moved much. I mean, you are technically still within the open. You're holding up this relief rally, gap up, everything we've been dealing with so far from the morning and over the weekend. And you even had good war headlines. You actually haven't even heard much throughout the day yet. Yeah, Nvidia's coming back up just to where it gapped. Is it not bad? Well, I think anything above 4. I mean, sadly, just that's the thing is like anytime the CPI headline has gone above 4%, the market has responded negatively. There has been 1 or 2 periods where the market did pretty decent in the short run, and then it's, just bumpy. But then the other part is what I put on the video yesterday. Maybe we should talk about it a little bit more in depth. This is what Michael Wilson brought up from Bank of America. This is the chart I showed on yesterday's video. But like pretty much if the unemployment rate is lower than inflation, that's not good, as odd as that may sound. So it doesn't happen too often. So pretty much, so think about it. Right now, the unemployment rate was at 4.3, right? So if inflation comes in and at 4, that would be a 0.3 difference. That's not too bad yet. But then here's the other part. You guys got to think about it. If CPI hits 4% on Thursday, what do you think CPI is going to be in a month or two? You don't get a 4% CPI and you're not like, oh, inflation's going to come down. You get a 4% CPI, you're going to be like, it's going to 5, right? That's just what happens. So the whole idea here is that any time, though, you've had market environments where pretty much now the unemployment rate was lower than inflation, i.e. jobs market may stay the same, but then inflation surges. It's an environment where the Fed is more likely to hike rates and you get more downside volatility. The market has not responded well at these times. All these little circles here, and anytime this has kind of occurred, that the market hasn't really taken it positively. Wall Street is not a fan of this macro environment. So again, you are living through a different time. This AI bubble, the momentum, and some of these other things. That's why doesn't necessarily mean the market's instantly going to vomit, or it has to, but that's kind of what we're looking for. So if tomorrow's inflation is really high, or Wednesday, if it's really high and bad, that's not going to that's not going to be worth it. But then also vice versa, if it does come in and it comes in lower, that could act, and that could happen. Certainty will get you killed. You got to consider that. What if tomorrow comes in at 3.9? I don't think it will, but if it did, then you might actually have a little bit more hope. Yeah, CPI's on Wednesday. We don't have to wait that long. That's the good news about this week, is that, and then you'll get the rate hikes from ECB in Japan the next 2 days. KGS, isn't that gold play? You get Fed consumer inflation expectations, yes. But that, again, I don't think that's going to move it as much. Those are usually coming lower, I believe. At least they have lately. But CPI in general, just like you guys saw, again, the jobs report, I think, was an excuse. And I think there's more to Friday. But then again, that data, the bonds, the dollar, it had enough to trigger that. And I just think set all be all CPI above 4, it starts to trigger a couple of different things. OMC low ticker picking up a little bit. Utilities on the low. I think utilities are the worst on the day, actually. Israel rejects Iran's warning not to hit Lebanon. Cats. CLSK. What was that one from last week? Bitdeer. That one actually held up pretty good. Japan is gonna hike. They all are. That's the irony. That's what I'm saying. That's like part of this week, and that's why you got to kind of be careful. That's why we don't want our CPI to go too high, and you don't want to talk about rate hikes in America, because quite frankly, everybody else is already raising. But ECB, it's 98% odds they're gonna raise rates. So we get CPI Wednesday, then ECB, they're gonna raise rates on Thursday. And then same thing with Japan. Thursday, Friday, they're more likely going to raise rates. It's like almost a guaranteed certainty at this point. See, somebody gets it. Said I'd much rather them hike than panic cut. You get it, brother. That's what I'm talking about. So I've been trying to tell the people. So, yeah, I agree. The thing that's bad about it is that just again, globally, rates are going up. That's the negative part about it. ECB, Japan, if you look at it as a whole, rates are going up globally. So if rates start running all around the world, that gives a pull and pressure to the United States as well. Not to mention we have inflation and other things that are feeding into it. A good stock to add. You have Microsoft, Nvidia, Meta, good old McDonald's. You could probably use some value. Those are all high quality names. Maybe throw in a TAP, because TAP's the only one that's still lower. So, and if you already have some of the big dogs, you could dabble with some of the lower quality ones. And then Kimberly's in the middle of Kimberly's not like McDonald's or Procter Gamble, but then it's better than a TAP or a General Mills. But yeah, it just sucks that we made the purchase last week, but then yes, a lot of these pieces are already moved around, unfortunately. Because I still have cash, though. And then if you need growth, I think Intuit is one of the worst on the S&P. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might be the worst on the S&P. Let's take a look. Percent year-to-date change. Yeah, who's N? I don't know. They might have. Yeah, Intuit's the worst on the S&P 500. 54%. Good water stocks. They're all up a lot, like a shit ton. They're not. Some of them are down on the year, but yeah, they're pretty up there. That's crazy. Yeah, Intuit's the worst on the S&P. 6 months in. Our dollar should be falling later this week. somewhat, it's not, but the real move won't happen until after Kevin Warsh. But yeah, if the dollar does go, I mean, if all things play out and it drops, you know, if CPI is not bad, Kevin Warsh is not bad, the dollar should either just stay the same or go down. And then vice versa. Anything goes bad and the dollar goes up, then we're, yeah, I think it's gonna play out like last year. You know, where it may not necessarily be a crash per se, but that momentum is just gonna go out the window. So that's what another thing people need to realize, because that's what happened last year. Last year when the dollar started running up, this is where the market got like a little clapped, but then it like recovered, and then you stopped going up. So that's something you got to keep in mind, is that it could just slow the momentum down, but it doesn't necessarily mean, you know, you're gonna go down. AAOI. Iran Parliament, Galabaf. We have disrupted the equation of a ceasefire on paper and its repeated violations in the field. As long as you lack the genuine will to build trust, Iran's response will be exactly this. Galabuti. Galabuti. Day 31. I challenge you, Galabuti. You guys know, and I think we're 100 days into the conflict. Do you guys know that? Or I think we're past 100 days. Galabuti, I challenge you to a public debate. Okay? You run in shame and disgrace. Spy ripping all of a sudden. You got oil down, even though Galabuti. Again, Spy up, Tesla up. Couple of things. Oh, Zillow. Where's Netflix? Dabe, Oracle.
Cardboard box,
might hit a new high. This will be the first time getting above open.
You got a drone, we got heat seekers, troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher. Straight when the new leader is
don't run, Galabuti. Don't run.
We got come there. It didn't
Time
even
to face
take
it,
a day. Cargal and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Alrighty. Yeah, the Cerberus, they're expensive though. I was looking at them earlier. They are expensive, brother. There's a budget. You need a lot of money. You know? Oh no, not Cerberus, Quant. That's the one. What if the war actually goes to October? It might. It might. That would not be good for the whole demand destruction narrative, and watch the December futures for oil, but it might. You know why I say that? Because I don't know if you guys caught what Donald Trump said the other day. Donald Trump said something about October. Do any of you guys remember it? Let's see if you guys know. He said something last week. Sive? I don't know what Sive is. Unless you're speaking in code. But Donald Trump said something about October last week. Does anybody know? Let's see. He did. He said something. NPT up 84%, little small cap. And you got wheat going up. Netanyahu will deliver a statement to media at 18:15 market open. No, not gas prices. Abavax. Weren't they the one that got clapped the other day? I was just looking at that one. I said IDYA, and then that reminded me of the one last. They both actually went up. I don't think they're similar though. They just sound the same. But yeah, Trump was talking about what's it called? Trump was talking about Kevin Warsh, and he said, "I hope he said I'll let him make his decision come October." So Trump mentioned that he has a couple meetings, but yeah, Trump brought up Kevin Warsh in October. And then, yeah, so I don't know. I think October is going to be kind of make or break, not to mention that'll be 1 month right ahead of the midterms. All right, I need to go to the bathroom. It might take me a longer time. So I was hoping I had some propaganda. Where is he? All right, well, SPY's going up. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Be right back. We'll see how long this takes. Give me a second. And get ready. It's still early though. We've only been here for an hour and a half. Good morning on a Monday.
I make the contracts free. Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my burn. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free. contracts free, 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 free. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free than lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free, 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 free. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Around the globe saying, as long as the demand is what it is, as in robust, we can pass on some of the extra costs. But once we come out of this peak summer period and what's called the shoulder period, where people travel less, where the numbers aren't what they are now, that's when it'll get trickier to really push through these hiring these increases. So that's sort of where the proof is in the pudding. You'll have to see, is the demand still robust, that people can absorb these extra costs. Now, again, it all depends a little bit where you are in the cabin. If you're booking an expensive ticket and it costs you a couple dollars extra, you're probably not going to mind too much. But if you are cost conscious to begin with and everything costs extra, you know, your ticket is more expensive, but all the so-called auxiliary costs are also more expensive in terms of checking in your extra bag, being able to select your seat and so on. All of these things suddenly cost extra money. You might start having second thoughts, but for the time being, a lot of these costs are being pushed onto the consumer because they are really quite substantial for the airlines. Fuel is one of the biggest expenses that airlines have, and fuel has gone up exponentially around the world.
I was on a tour a couple years ago in Ireland. My tour guide says there is no more shoulder periods. It doesn't exist. It's fall and spring.
Everyone's just traveling all the time.
All the time, he said, and it's maybe a post-pandemic kind of thing. Hey, Benedict, talk to us about Airbus. I saw some news out that they are having some delays on their A320neo. Is that a problem for them? Is that a problem for the airlines?
It is a problem for both, yeah. So the A320 family is sort of the workhorse aircraft. The Boeing 737 is the equivalent, and that's a plane that's in high demand. And Airbus and Boeing, to some degree, have obviously struggled for years, really now, so ever since the pandemic, which, believe it or not, is 5 years ago, that they can't make them at the numbers at the end that the market wants. So everyone's clamoring for these planes. Everyone, partly because they are more fuel efficient, everyone wants cheaper planes that consume less fuel and therefore are cheaper to operate. They just cannot make them in the quantities they need. They don't necessarily have the personnel. They're missing parts. Sometimes it's really little things like a toilet missing that they can't fit, and therefore you can't deliver the plane. Or they might have engines issues with engines and so on, and so that you're building what is called a glider. So a fully built plane, just missing a vital part, 2 engines. So that's what's going on. It matters for Airbus because of the importance of the A320. It's such a key product, and it matters to the airlines because that forces them to fly older kit longer. That's more expensive. It's more prone to defects. So there's a whole sort of chain that goes with that. So the quicker they can get their supply chain back in shape, the better, but they are still sort of caught in this rut. Airbus more at the moment, it seems, than Boeing. Boeing, believe it or not, have sort of gotten their act together over the last couple of years. They were a real basket case, obviously, for a number of years, but that has improved. It almost feels like the narrative has switched over from Boeing to Airbus, and people are looking at Airbus in a slightly less charitable way.
Well put. Benedict, thank you so much. Benedict Kamel is our Bloomberg Global Aviation editor joining us from Berlin on these airlines. Paul, I don't know when the next time you're flying is. October. Okay, so after the peak season.
Doing? We're doing something.
Are we going somewhere?
Yeah, we're going somewhere.
Okay, so September probably.
Maybe, yeah.
All right, so still after the rush of the summer travel season, because it's been brutal for anyone who has to book with 2 weeks or 3 weeks notice.
Yeah, I want to adopt the European strategy. Just take the whole month of August off and just that's my
holiday. That'll be fun for me.
Yeah, it's my holiday. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Golden Crest Metals. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts in just a moment with the markets moving higher. The S&P's up 1%, NASDAQ up 1.7%. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
Concern about rising prices spooking investors.
What does renewables investment look like in the U.S.?
More tariff talk coming out of this administration.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The president wants lower interest rates. He wants a rate cut cycle.
How do you broaden out the AI play?
Are people just looking for something to worry about when it comes to China?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, Originals, and the Bloomberg Business app.
Good Monday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio and streaming live on YouTube. This is the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Scarlett Fu. We've got a lot coming up. We're going to talk about IPOs, big ones and some unexpected ones. Bailey Lipschultz is our senior equities reporter, talking about the Vimeo parent, Bending Spoons. That's the name of the company, filing for an IPO. Its sales are jumping. We'll dig into all of that. We're also, of course, are going to talk about SpaceX, the other big IPO that is pricing sometime this week. Diana Rosero Pena is our consumer staples analyst. She'll join us to give us her recap on Campbell's latest earnings. That stock is higher today. And
No, I had an emergency poop. It's like, like an emergency rate cut. It's kind of like that, but that was good morning. Good morning. Oh, I'm back though. I'm back. The market liked it. The market, I think they appreciated it. No, you had one too? No way. That's amazing. Hey, it happens. Happy Monday, I guess. I feel like that's what the market did on Friday. The market had an emergency poop. And then, yeah, here we are. Here we are. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. They took the load off the market. I hope so. I feel great now. I feel excited. I already felt good, but I didn't know where that came from. It's the mornings, man. The mornings. Well, yeah. You finally went higher. You're up 1%. Nasdaq's up by 2.3. The Dow is up by 0.59. Let's see what we got. Dow Jones 15 green, 15 in the red. Nasdaq 37 in the red, 64 in the green. So that got a little bit better actually. Maybe we'll broaden out. And SPY still, though, about 50-50. Again, SPY had 300 red earlier. Now it's 260, but not so bad, my friends. New York Fed respondents' view on current and future expectations year ahead home prices jumped to 3.5. Gasoline 5 versus 5.1. 5-year inflation expectations remain unchanged at 3. 3-year expectations unchanged at 3.1, and 1-year inflation expectations at 3.5 in May versus 3.6 in April. So the Fed expectations actually went down. Some of you said you guys are waiting for that one. Yeah, that's the thing. The long end is not moving, though. So even on the blue hair data, that's from the Fed, so that's different than the Michigan consumer sentiment. But like we talked about it maybe like a month ago. The longer dated inflation expectations, those are still anchored. Where even though you've been going through this, you literally had gas at $5, $7, $120 oil, but then people were still like, okay, 5-year inflation. That's not going to move. And once again, that's not moving on another one of these metrics. Didn't they have something this morning? Didn't they get a government deal? I think that was on the list in the morning, no? Let's see. I think it was. Yeah. They had one of those. That one actually ripped. Not bad. There was one more. There's ABAT and there's another like battery play. Oh, it says June 6th. Oh, you're right. It is not June 6th. It's June 8th. The month is flying by. If it hits, I still get by, 'cause I already paid my fee. Thank you for that. On a bank when it comes to business. No, I mean I use all of the big ones. It just kind of depends on what I'm doing it for. You know, some incentives that you'll get. I mean, if you could get certain credit unions will give you way better loans, or if you're using like business credit cards, getting points and whatever it may be. But no, it's like Wells Fargo will just rob you randomly. But they've been doing that. They just get fined. But no real preference. Verizon. So it actually started ripping. Again, remember last week, Verizon, AT&T, they both did kind of bad. Let's see. Staples are still actually barely red. Healthcare, barely green. Financials went up a little bit, but again, I want to say it's all tech. I mean, XLK is up by 3. Chips are still up. Chips are up 5.9. I mean, again, even the Korean index is up 6.8 after halting and dropping at 1.10%. Isn't that beautiful? Soxel, again, more of the chips are moving up. Now you got ARM, CoreWeave. A couple of biotechs still moving like Myrna. ADCT, a penny stock. Cantor breaking down the Lotus 5 management and KOL. Is this crypto? That one held up, that BitDeer. Any of those NeoCloud or Bitcoin miners pivoting to the other stuff. The play today, we made a play on Adobe. I think that's the only thing I did. Everything else, you know, any play we ended up holding or adding to in the last week, because again, we took a lot of profits right before all this happened. I'm just going to be watching those for a double dip, or even some of the ones we sold like Palantir. But yeah, I'm waiting to see kind of where the dollar and the rest of this market and momentum goes. Tesla service now. I mean, a lot of people are asking me about that on Friday. Nike. I like Nike. I like NVO. I mean, maybe I'd look at them now, but my last play was Kimberly. Kimberly quality. I think it was with good timing, but yeah, just how that kind of played out though. You know, there's some good deals out there. And I don't know whether you like Nike or NVO, just kind of like you saw with Kimberly, if there's a reason to buy it like an ex-dividend, or again, if you notice a new price and it's good value, you got a lot of cash, just I'd encourage you to act in the moment, or kind of before they run up. But yeah, for the rest of this, you know, this month, where I still have a lot of question marks. So that's why, like, I bought the Kimberly to add. It was a good price. Got the dividend. Wanted to throw a little bit of cash because of how much that we had, but then also still prepare for the future. But yeah, until I get some of these questions answered this month, I do think the plays are going to be a little bit different. Already pay my fee. The one, yeah, QNT. IDYA, that other one. And then IWM on the high, and then BTDR. That was that one Bitcoin play, or the miner from the other day. You took your savings out and added it to the long term. That's good as long as you keep it there. So I mean, it's still your savings. Just hopefully you're putting it into good thing. Okay, now the follow-up question: would I add QNT to the long term? I'm gonna fucking slash your tires. So yeah, do whatever you want, bro. Do whatever you want. I'm not. So yeah, man. IPOs, just please don't ask me. I don't know what you guys want to do with them. Like I'm saying, that video I posted, half the IPOs end up good, half of them you lose all of your money. So if IPO, you could lose half of your money, or if not 99% of it if it's bad. If it's good, you could still draw down, and then yeah, maybe it could be good. You could. Okay, well, this is how I feel about your jokes for the day. I'll talk to you 24 hours from now. So Locked In. Do you guys remember what I was asking you last, especially now that this week is going to be big? I don't want any bullshit. Is that okay to ask? Is that fair for, the whole, what is it called? The whole, pay to be locked in? Is that, I don't know if that's a fair request. Let me know if I'm being a little crazy, but I do request that you guys stay locked in. That's all I'm looking for. Just no beginner shit. No, give me something good, okay? But if you're gonna waste my energy on that one, unfortunately we're gonna have to trim the tree. It's a biblical concept. It's a great concept, actually. You gotta trim it. Trim the tree, my friend. Yeah, we made a play on Adobe already. I think they already moved up. But I don't know. Adobe options usually suck. I grabbed a really shitty one. They just moved up a little bit. Well, you're going to hear a lot of people talk Adobe and Oracle this week because of the earnings. SpaceX, I'll know on the day of. That's why I was saying make sure you guys are here live if you are going to be trading it, because we're just going to look at it live with the criteria. And then depending on that, we'll go from there. But then I don't know. Like I said, I would compare it to like Rivian, ARM, and Alibaba. Those are like the comparable IPOs you could compare SpaceX to. Just because they were like big in size, they were large, had certain hype, and like, yeah, the way they all traded was very weird. Like Alibaba wasn't bad for at least a week. And then Rivian was overhyped. I thought Rivian was going to be terrible. And then Rivian did very good for the first couple of days, and then it died. And then ARM did very bad in the beginning, and then ARM came up, and then it had a very good, 1 week later. So that's why, and then all of those had sizing. Again, I mean, Alibaba was just large in terms of market cap and offering. Rivian was the largest offering kind of in most recent times, even though the market cap wasn't as large. It was still a pretty big offering. And then ARM was still ARM was just a little bit lower than both Rivian, and then it was way smaller than Alibaba. But yeah, depending, that's why. So it's either first couple days, it's gonna be like one of those three most likely. If Oracle and Adobe beat, could that cause money to rotate into software? A little bit, yeah. It'll at least get some momentum back. But then again, I mean, last week we saw good earnings, and then just as things were souring, those earnings didn't really matter. Or again, the bar was so high for a lot of those names that it clapped them. But yeah, I mean, theoretically, that could potentially be a positive catalyst. And then you got Micron going up now, and Intel, and more chips actually. Yeah, so SMH is up 6% now. Well, not bad. Not a bad recovery considering how ugly Friday was. But then again, it's not even Euro close. We got 15 more minutes. Aragach, or foreign minister, does not attach any value to recent EU sanctions. P on the high. I think the whole float will trade, assuming there's not too much premium. That's what I'm saying. I just don't know how it's going to launch. But then, too, if there's enough people hyped on it, like I'm telling you, the best example is Rivian. I didn't remember Rivian till I remembered Rivian, because Rivian was a big offering. Rivian had a high premium, and the amount they were offering was like, it was like $20 billion or something. It was like a lot up front. Like the total cash investment was pretty large that they were taking out of the market. But then Rivian did well, at least in the first 48 hours. Rivian IPO'd and it ripped, and then it eventually died. So, but yeah, that's why it's like even these big IPOs, if there's enough demand, it might turn the whole flow. I know Rivian did, but yeah, it's really going to depend on the premium, how they offer it, and then if that money does show up. But if it does do good, I'm sure people, SpaceX has very good branding, and a lot of people are interested in it. Whatever INHD is, and the rhombus. Well, it should flip the float, or turn the flow. It just depends on the price. So that's what usually happens. If there's enough demand, they like raise the price, and then it's kind of what happened with Quantinium. Oh, Xerox. I forgot this thing was higher on Friday. Yeah, that's a great answer. There's no such thing as a safe option. Yeah, there's not. That's why too, I mean, again, I'm waiting. I mean, we took a lot of profits. I kept a couple of plays. Those went down. I mean, not too much. I mean, again, that Zillow was literally went down to break even. But yeah, so I'm waiting. I'm waiting for some good catalysts. Good catalyst, a good win to the sales. And then we'll either double dip on some of these or see what new plays emerge. But yeah, for now, we're still in this like middle gap of like, again, very massive consecutive rally. Then you get your one bad day. And then even then today, it's holding up pretty good. But we need to see where we actually end this week. If you were gonna get it, what would it be? I would wait till there's a clear catalyst, till there's an easy play out there. Other than that, if you insist on it today, I don't know. I don't think I could help. I don't have one for you right now. GM starting to run up here and Ford a little bit. What's going on? Remember, I think they already had a meeting at the White House. There was something along those lines. And then high tickers going up again, Symbiotic, a couple more chips. Again, SPY's not hitting a high, but the high ticker is pretty active. And then Marvel, more chips, Marvel and Micron. Then Yahoo says Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. Israel holding fire in Iran for now. All right, chips, and then these Bitcoin mining plays. Again, Bitcoin's even going up. Not bad, Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin did very bad Friday. So Bitcoin recovered all of Friday, actually. And then that one's just chilling. Marvel. Dizzle, Intel 112. Intel's actually getting the pre-market high. Netanyahu says in the event Iran attacks again, we will respond with might. Well, I know both Ford and GM, they're kind of moving. Again, we're still we don't have a date on it, but we're going to hear something about the White House and AI. And then I do remember there was something with the White House and the car people. Remember when Netanyahu said to buy and we dropped 5% the next day? Wait a minute, that is what happened. And now that I think about it, he was flexing it, bro, and then we literally dropped 4.7% the next day. Xerox on the high. That one, dude, this thing has just been quietly melting away. I'll take it. It's good to see some signs of momentum. All right, 6% chips. So yeah, literally chips are right back to where they are on Monday, which is kind of crazy. I mean, I guess you had the gap down. So Friday you had a big gap down, but that intraday move has already been unwound in what, 2 hours? So not bad. And then Euro close in 8 minutes. We'll see if this momentum holds up or not. Netanyahu told Trump Israel has full right to self-defense. Sprouts again, even into it. Get into it. 291, brothers. It sucks again. This is at I think this is back to like its highs of 2020. Yeah, I was even looking on Friday. Well, again, that's the worst name on the S&P 500 now. It has been. Israel, Netanyahu, they're holding fire in Iran. That keeps hitting. Do you guys hear that? I hear the static again. Okay, I fixed it. Sunbeat, bro, the low ticker is barely even moving. VIX is down 15%, down to 18. I mean, again, Nasdaq's up 2.5, Dow 0.3, Russell 1.7, and SPY 1.0. So not too bad. There's a gold. 240 in the green. Yeah, SPY's not good. I mean, Dow's a little better, but even the Nasdaq got a lot better actually. But yeah, you're just not broadening out the same way. You literally recovered the whole intraday move on the chips. That seems to be about it. Some things like Bitcoin recovered the whole Friday move, even got back up to their Thursday close, but you're just not broadening out, and then not everything is like fully recovered that move. And then this time you don't have like leadership changing. It's just the money coming back to the previous leaders. So fascinating start to a Monday. I mean, considering how ugly Friday was, I mean, this could have been both a lot worse, but also a lot better too. This is what everybody kept circulating over the weekend. Let me see if I could find it. Yeah, right here. So pretty much if you're, anytime the VIX has been below 25, if you've had a bad Friday, usually the Monday return always has been green. The smallest one was in 2008. Oh, which was June 6th. No shit. That's kind of crazy, actually. That was another June 6th. So very similar. But yeah, other than that, it's definitely not. This is different than the last couple of days last week. It's not broadening out. It's not kill one, rotate the other way. This is now just kind of getting back some of what you lost with a very odd, if not lacking, broadening out. Meta. Bro, Meta was ugly on Friday. That was fun. I forgot about that one. Elevance, more healthcare, but XLV isn't really going up. So same with financials, like I'm telling you, XLV, financials, staples. Just imagine any sort of move last week. You were getting way bigger moves, or even then, if chips would bounce, these would unwind, but they didn't. So that's what I'm saying. The way it's all kind of playing out today, it's not broadening out. It's a lot more choppier than some of these last days. Man on the high. Who's a man? Huh? What do you mean man on the high? Yeah, it seems like all the chips are pulling back a little bit. Again, SMH was just at 6 point something. Bro, into it. The IDF issued urgent evacuation warning to residents in Lebanon, saying Hezbollah violated ceasefire and they'll act forcefully against it. I said, but we just ended it. Now we begin it again to end it. It's good for you. Into it, very nice bounce. Again, 290 to 303. But then it's done that. Again, remember, Into it was just at 340 a week ago. And then hit the 290. I was actually kind of surprised by that. But yeah, that's like the only one that is lower from that value names to watch video. Yeah, UNH. Those premiums from Friday chilled out. They just have wide spreads. Oh no, they came back up because of the spread. Oscar at at Goldman Healthcare Conference. NPT, that one was already up earlier, and then UNM. I don't see them on at a conference. I know the big conference this week is going to be the Morgan Stanley Banking Conference. So starting tomorrow, you're going to get a lot of that. And then we're entering Euro close with a little bit of a red. A couple more healthcare names are on the high. You have CNH or CNC and UNH. But yeah, that's so SPY's coming into Euro close. You got Microsoft on the low, and see if the chips, they gave up a little bit there from their recent high. first day of paper trading. Any advice? Treat it like it's real. You know, some people don't like paper trading, and they're like, it's not real. But it's like, you know, it's like the driving range. I don't know if you golf. I don't golf, but I understand the idea of practicing. I could see that, even though it's not a real game. But yeah, I would trade with a budget that you would actually use on the paper trade and try to replicate it as realistic as possible. All right, SPY dumping now. So again, chips just sold off from the high earlier, but literally it is Euro close, so we were doing pretty well there. Like I said, a very weird, I wouldn't even call it a broadening out day, just kind of a bounce day, getting back some of the losses from Friday. But now the leadership in movement hasn't changed as much, but we'll see here. Give it another 15-30 minutes, see if the Euro close, if this is just a little blip, or if we're gonna go 7 hours to nowhere, because Friday was 7 hours to the grave. That was fun. CNC, that's a new high. Healthcare, now Molina as well. Yeah, biotechs are technically green. They were up more on Friday. Molina kind of with a stick. So I thought that was just moving with all the other healthcare, but yeah, $3 pop, about 2% in like 3 minutes. So not fully a trigger. All right, Chattadunia. You've been here for 2.5 hours. 4.5 hours left to go. A Monday. Is it a rotation? Is it a relief rally? A dead cat bounce? How come no one said dead cat bounce yet? Are you kidding me? I feel like I heard that more in March. You guys remember dead cat bounce? I feel like I'd heard that a lot more. Well, Chad, we have a lot of time ahead of us. The market, yeah, it is it's a rotisserie chicken. It's moving back and forth. I don't even know. It's a very, very weird setup, just compared to the last couple days. But then again, this could highlight kind of the importance and potential of this week, my friends. I've heard Black Monday. Said Korea was Black Monday. I mean, we were just talking Black Monday from the monthly streak, so you never know. But you know what I do know is that if you don't move your body, you're gonna hate it. You should move around, stay alive, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, chest to the sun, my friends. Have some good posture, and just, I don't know, get the blood flowing. Breathe in too. Ah, you know what I'm saying? That's all you gotta do, man. All you gotta do. All right, Chad. Get the body moving. I need a lunge. I need a stretch. I kind of want to do a jumping jack, to be honest. Oh, is ICE lagging? All the bank, like ICE, CME, CBOE, they got hit last week on all that perpetual future bullshit. So I think that's possibly why they're lagging like that. And then again, Microsoft really drilling now. That's a new low of the day. Again, more healthcare. We got to put up NVIDIA. See where the rest of the chips go. But that's going to bring down software. I mean, even Palant going with it. I'm getting NVIDIA. Should get a push up. Crude oil. All right, well, Euro close is actually half of the day's gains gone in that. Hi. Let's see, what do they need? What do they need? We could run these. We could run these during push-ups. You need these in the morning.
It's not for magging, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never shoulder. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricey floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the
like a
Trumpies
good
in
stretch,
jail
the
if
white
they
guy
get
for
caught
Kamala.
smiling. White guy for Kamala. My wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala. At least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala. Armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala. Hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala. Approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
It's good. It's good, man. See, it's a good timer, too, for the stretches. You know that? I use the songs as my timers. It's good, man. Oh, there it is, man. Well, welcome. First 2 hours done on a Monday. After a crazy Friday, too. And it's not like, that's why. We're coming back. I'm actually kind of surprised how crazy Korea was, everything. But, yeah, this is also kind of typical. Yeah, CNC, pure ripper. Like, low-key. I still have old, I guess they're not leaps anymore, but yeah, we played that one, not that one of those healthcare bottoms. But I had some short terms that died on that one. And then yeah, we need UNH to play along. Oscar did good. They're not at, I didn't see them at that conference, but they've been moving up. And then INHD, whatever this small cap is. Israel military sirens. They said aircraft infiltration was a false alarm. Whirlpool on the high. That's weird. I'm used to seeing that one dying. Do I wait to eat lunch after market close since I'm on the West Coast? Yeah, I do. I do. This channel is directly responsible for me over doubling my wall sit time. That's great. I thought at first I was like, you doubled you sitting down, but no, like wall sits. That's great. If you actually used every hour, it's awesome. You guys hear that? Get the body moving, man. Get the body moving. This channel is responsible for me doing leg day on Mondays. You know that? That was I told the chat, I heard that, and then you guys are very encouraging towards that. And now I do leg days on Mondays. You applied for the next season of Love Island to represent the chat. I mean, why are you bringing me into this, man? That's good, bro. I hope you get it, but at the same time, I don't know if that's like, what are you gonna be like? Be like, yeah. I watch this. I watch my stock investing. I listen to Philo every day. You try to have sex on television, girl? Is that? I'm assuming I've never watched Love Island, but that's why I'm assuming that's what you do on Love Island. You know that my favorite is I heard a comedian make this joke. They were talking about what's the one where they like send them there to like cheat, and they're like, it's Temptation Island, and they're like, this is the stupidest fucking show ever. They're like, oh, Oh, we're going to go take a bunch of people and put them on an island with a bunch of horny people who are all really attractive. Oh, what's going to happen? Oh no, did you cheat? Oh no, did you fall for the temple? Like, why did you sign up for that show? Like, come on, how did this? So yeah, man, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know, man. If you're gonna represent the Chad, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. What's good? I told you one of my friends was on The Bachelor. You know that, or he was on The Bachelorette. One of them. He was a reality TV dating star, but it wasn't like as like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Love Island's a little more ratchet. IDYA got laid off 2 weeks ago for budget cuts. Just got a new job and now going deep sea fishing. Oh, that's a great way to celebrate. Amen, baby. Well, you had the long term regardless. You got hired pretty quick. I've heard a lot of people. I mean, it's either hit or miss in terms of job changers. So that's actually good. A friend of yours was laid off from PayPal. New CEOs cutting engineering teams. PayPal. PN? We had NPT running earlier. A liquid small cap running. Dell's working its way up. Plant staying pinned. IGV is barely green. Meanwhile, chips are up. According to a report, Trump told Netanyahu he believes the United States and Iran are nearing an agreement on a framework that would enable parties to come to the negotiating table. Never heard that. I love this game. Marvel. You know, I've gotten Netflix for the long term. Would I consider it at 70 for the rebuild? No, I'm not. I just it's up. So again, I think at our price, after split, our price converts to like $20. But no, I mean, I'm not gonna buy anything I'm up substantially on unless I ran out of opportunities. So like, let me put it this way: would I buy Netflix at 70? I would not right now. But let's say there wasn't 50 to 70 names down 20%, right? Let's say there wasn't like another 100 names down on the S&P, and like let's say the best quality name that was down was Sweet Greens, for crying out loud, right? If that was the case, then yeah, I would consider averaging up. But right now, and this is something I really hope a lot of you guys could learn sooner rather than later, because like you guys see, times change, right? You know, what is an opportunity today might be different next month and then even a quarter or so. You want to get in the habit of just taking advantage of relative quality while you have that opportunity there. So like, you know, there's no rush essentially. Like if Netflix goes up, it goes up. If it goes lower, it'll go lower. But, you know, as far as like, you know, striking on that, I wouldn't consider making a move, and it's all dependent on the other opportunities that are available. So right now, while you live through these environments where high quality discretionaries, even high quality defensives, while they're still at the lows, I would not really be shopping for averaging up. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because you have an opportunity for these names now while they're still cheap. But if you ever got to the point where, because that's how we picked up some other stuff, if you ever, I have averaged before on Abivai, and at that time there was just no good deals anywhere. But for now, I mean, I get really excited about the environment that we're in. I really think these last 2 years have been awesome. You know that? I love it. I have loved the last 2 years of the stock market. And it's something I even said last year too. I was just telling everybody, I was like, man, you believe me, you may not get this in the future and you're going to miss it. But it's like, dude, if you have, I was just like, there's always opportunity. That was something I kept saying a lot last year. Because again, last year, it wasn't even like this crazy. But after like Liberation Day, the drop and then pop, a lot of people felt like they missed out. A lot of people were like, oh, everything's so high, everything's so expensive. But like I'm saying, I'm like, dude, there's always an opportunity. Although there might be the popular stuff might be expensive and the chips and all these other things. But, one thing gets really expensive, it opens up the door for another set of things to get really, really cheap. So I believe the same thing in real estate too, that's why it's like one area might be really expensive. There may not be opportunity, but it opens up another door somewhere else. So that's really how I've been looking at the long term in the market as of lately. And that's what I'm saying. Just, I would encourage you all to take advantage of that, because it'll come back to you. That's what I'm saying. If you don't have it now, that's what I'm saying. Take advantage of what is a good deal in front of you today. And then, eventually you're going to have an opportunity where some of these really good names that you'd want, where we don't even have to have this debate. That's how we picked them up, where they'll drop so much. Again, even Oracle, I think was a really good pickup. That one came with certain risks, but you could get your hands on a good high flyer, but it's gonna come down, and just take it when it's down. And you'll be fine. And then in the meantime, if you really get in the habit of buying the good stuff when it's down, then whenever they flip, that stuff that was down is gonna go up, and the stuff that was up is gonna come down. And you'll say, "Wow, Habibi, so nice, so nice." Shake Shack. Have I ever house hacked? What do you mean? Like rented out a house, or like bought a house and then pulled money out of it and bought another one? Canada mulls social media ban for children under 16. Nice. Where is Celsius? Oh, a 2-handle. Where did it jump from that last time? I think it was around here. Let's see. That's actually not bad. See, that one's actually looking pretty decent. Oh, they're still up a lot, though. This was $1 stock. They have grown their portfolio. And then they started dropping after the Costco stuff too. But yeah, it was like $21. That was the low in 2025. I like Pepsi. I think Pepsi is, we talked about it a lot at like 120s and 130, but it's starting to get back to that level, which is cool. Like I'm saying, as we get to wait, you're noticing some names are staying stable. Some are coming back to good pickup points, and yeah, just be aware of them. Would you support kids having their entirely own internet? I mean, who would watch it though? Who would monitor it? But I don't know, actually. I just think all these companies want the verification. I just think it's, but then again too, and I was like, if I had a kid, I wouldn't give my kid an iPad. But then I don't know, man. It's a very weird concept. Because then again, I was on the internet very young, and that like helped me, but then that also like fucked me up too. So yeah, it's technology, man. It's a double-edged sword. SpaceX said planned closing IPO books on Wednesday post-close. Said to be well oversubscribed. Do I like Eli Lilly at this level? So this is the thing I was trying to tell everybody. This is like I don't know. I think it's a beginner thing, but then this is funny because like you'll do this as a beginner, or as you get smarter on Wall Street, you'll start using like really smart justifications. But like, yeah, my rule is this, is like, if you ever ask me a stock and it's at an all-time high, you know my answer. So that's why it's just, I like Eli Lilly a lot, but if you ever pull up a chart and it looks like this, I think it's a super easy answer in terms of should you get into it now. CoreWeave and Carvana. CTRE. What's this? This down 3.6 and then Pang. Whatever this NPT thing is, that one just keeps going. Service Now. I like it, but I don't like, you know, it's like in the middle. At least it's not 140 anymore. At 140, I thought some of you guys were disgusting. Because again, we had a really big talk on it for like a couple weeks in the 80s. So, and even then, it's like you're still paying like what, 30% more, and then 30% off of that high there. But I think ServiceNow is like a lower quality Oracle, because I think it's tied to the AI stuff, the infrastructure, everything going on. But then it's just never been cheap. So even at $80, it was still overvalued. And that was kind of the problem. That's why, but it's just like Oracle. That's why I was saying we bought Oracle low, but Oracle had a lot of premium embedded into it. So, yeah, but at this point, though, I mean, I do think that window on ServiceNow kind of closed a little bit. Doesn't mean it won't go up, but like I'm saying, we gave it some serious considerations. And I was like, I told some of y'all, I was like, if you don't have any growth around 80s, that was looking good for the long term. Would dropping 10K on the SPY be a bad idea right now? You're holding for 5 years. Are you guys okay today? What's happening, man? I think putting 10K in the market's not a bad idea, but I would work in the money. Again, buying an ETF near all-time highs all at once and then just sitting there. That could work. It usually does if you give it enough time, but I would just take 10K and I'd work it in, maybe 1,000 a month, various times, various names. But yeah, I mean, it's up to you. It's up to you, my friend. Microsoft hacked, getting a headline. Microsoft to deliver malware to Claude and Gemini users. No? See if any cyber names move up. See if they respond to it. I put up some of the other cyber names. They didn't budge yet. Good year, Habibi. Good year. It's been a very good year. Yallah. Am I using Schwab to trade or TD? No, Schwab. I mean, it's on ThinkOrSwim, but my TD accounts all shifted to Schwab. They gave statement to 404. Microsoft did. Core weave around 100? No. Why? Where did that come from? I forgot what we played Core Weave at. Didn't we play it at like $40? But yeah, I mean, again, IPOs and chips are a little bit more tricky, especially if they're kind of been recent with all this AI hype. I mean, again, Core Weave IPO'd in the middle of AI, so and then they actually did very well though. I mean, Core Weave and MARM, they actually, they got to kind of grow. Those companies both went profitable pretty quickly. But yeah, I don't think I'd, I'm not looking for him for the long term, unfortunately. Crowd, that's the first cyber, again, Microsoft didn't really react. Fortinet, Palo Alto, all the cyber's actually still down. No, check your email, Tim. I got it. I just forwarded it to you. Chad, it's been 2.5 hours. We have gone practically nowhere. The NASDAQ is actually advancing, though. Because the last time SPY was here around 0.7, 0.8, NASDAQ was like 1.2 to 1.8. But NASDAQ's up by 2. The Dow's coming down. The Dow's at 0.15, and then Russell is up by 1.3. So not too bad. Yeah, Dow's still 50-50. NASDAQ, a couple more names went red, but you have 58 in the green. And then SPY, 270 in the red. 10-year back to 455. Yeah, TLT's just hugging the low. Dollar, I mean, almost down a little bit from Friday, but that's the irony. I mean, 6% pop on chips and all of these like little unwinds, but meanwhile, the dollar is just practically at the same level. I do like Home Depot. I don't know if that one's still up. Again, yeah, it's around the same price. I don't know when we made that video. So that's just what sucks, is that's why I don't like, is that when some of these names get to good prices, but then like Friday and this little value rotation, it really fucks some things up. So I made that video on May 20th. Fuck me, that really was the bottom, huh? So yeah, this one went up a little bit, but not too much. But yeah, we talked about a couple of different names on that. And I think Walmart, McDonald's, Home Depot, I think those are the higher quality ones. What was it? McKesson. So McKesson's still low. Again, GIS, that's still low as well, too. Is Microsoft starting to move now? So again, there's just news about a hack, and then they said they closed down GitHub for a little bit. I think. And then Molina again. WWDC. Is it today or tomorrow? But yeah, I know that's sometime this week. And then CVS now, again, more of these healthcare hospitals. Again, CNC is going crazy. Even UNH, but very gradually. And now Elevance, that's another one. Actually, all of them. Humana, Elevance, Molina, UNH, CNC, they are all up. Even Oscar. Shit, man. Maybe even Clove. And then, yeah, Microsoft into the lows a little bit. And then NVIDIA's just chilling. Cadence, they're good too. I think they're a lot better. I haven't looked at them valuation wise, but I mean, they're tied into the whole infrastructure and everything getting set up here with AI. But yeah, they're at the highs. That's the only thing that sucks. But I think it's a cool point to the, like I'm telling you guys, I mean, if you know what's like tied into everything, and you know there's good names here, just like you're gonna be able to get them cheaper eventually. I mean, that's again, like I'm saying, just last couple of months you saw so many names go lower. I think Oracle was a really nice pickup, but you'll find names like that. So if any of these ever came down, I would love to consider them. But for now, I'm yeah. Anytime it's so automatic for me. If I pull up a chart, man, and it's just at all-time highs, it's so easy to decide. I say, wow, that's no. Then I move on to the next one. Remember, Mr. Market, every day you get the choice to either buy it or ignore it. So if you're not going to buy it, you ignore it. And that's why if it is at all-time highs, I'm going to opt for the ignoring, not the purchasing. Oh, HCA, you're right. Why are they down? They're down 3%. That's really weird, honestly. That has to be something individual, because all the other ones are doing great. Mainstream wants us to buy all-time highs. Well, everybody does, man. I feel like your own brothers want you to buy all-time highs. That's what I'm saying. People negotiate in there. I don't know. I think after Friday was a little freaky for some. Friday was bad, but I was surprised how many people, came in here ready to buy some all-time highs on some other names. So yeah, I would just be mindful. But I mean, the more, like I said, if you're a beginner, you'll make that mistake. Or ironically, if you have a way to justify it, you'll probably be like, well, this is why we should buy, and then the cycle, and then I'm buying it at the highs. Thank you. Click. What is this? Click. 40%. It was actually higher pre-market, whatever this shit was. Click limited. Insider purchases. Chairman Chan buys 52,000 shares in open market. Hong Kong. Over 3 consecutive trading days. $98,000. 3 trading days ending June 8th. The U.S. government stake in AI companies is weird. Oh, I thought that was a headline. You posted it on the Thursday. People didn't start talking until Friday. I think it's just a momentum headline. I think that's why even Trump, they asked him during that one of those little Q&As. He said it. He said maybe next week. So once we get a time frame, but I think that's just going to be like one of those, Jensen saying buy the dip. So I think that's just going to be one of the jobs. I think they'll do it. I mean, don't get it twisted. They might. Remember we were talking a couple weeks ago. It seemed like the government was ramping up their involvement and stuff again. So maybe a possibility, but I view it as a momentum headline. It's just either going to wake things up or even then, if it doesn't happen, it'll just, people will forget. First-time house buyer, tips when talking to lenders or homeowners. Just don't get emotional when buying a house. That's it. It's very easy to get emotional and ignore, like value. It just, again, that's why I like what I tell people with buying a home. I mean, at least here, building equity is like our main priority. So just make sure you're not getting too emotional. Don't buy the most expensive house in the last 12 months that was sold. Make sure the roof, the AC, and some of the bigger potential repairs are kind of all taken care of. And that's a good way to avoid any back-end expenses and making sure you preserve your equity. Tesla's climbing up. There's unch. Come on, unch. The premiums won't move up, bro. Iran flight restrictions have been lifted. Airspace returning to normal conditions. State media. Stop clicking so much. I'm losing my mind. I can't help it. I have to look at so many option chains and then the headlines, and then I'll read something and I'm like, what's that? That's crazy. Maybe I should try. Maybe I should get a set amount of clicks per day. Like, that's how they teach you basketball. Like, you could only dribble so many times. But yeah, I need my clicks, bro. There's a lot out there. How would SpaceX affect Tesla price action? We're going to find out. I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be somewhat of a link with them, but yeah, that's the part of SpaceX we don't know. That's why I was even saying, even on my video, where, we have ideas and anything could happen, but yeah, it's like, it's very unprecedented. So we don't know. I don't really think there's any way to like explain what's going to happen, because it's just big, the sizing. I mean, even the industry, for crying out loud, there's so many things that feed into it that might make it very difficult to be able to say, yeah, it's going to exactly play out like this or not. But I'm assuming some relationship between Tesla stock and SpaceX, and even the rest of the space ones. After Quantinium, like you saw Quantinium came out, and all the quantum names just started moving together. They started moving like the IPO. So I think that'll happen with the space stocks. But yeah, even then, you never know. It might play out a little different. they're going to rebalance the ETFs, but not right away, it seems like. Or I think some of the ETFs itself might purchase it. But again, like the SPY, they're delaying that plan. I think the NASDAQ is going to add it. And then, again, about a week after the IPO, we should get options on SpaceX. Will I be watching the World Cup games? I will. I'll watch a couple of them. I remember last World Cup, we played some. You guys would show me some clips. I kind of like the World Cup, you know. It's exciting. I'm not really the biggest soccer fan, but like it's like everybody watches it, you know. It's the whole world. It's kind of, I don't know. I like competition. I like a sports match, you know. Shout out to the Knicks. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm down. I'm not really the big. I'll buy FIFA. That was the last time I bought FIFA. You guys know that? The last time I played FIFA was the World Cup. That was 4 years ago. So yeah, I'll buy FIFA again, and I'll play like 2 games in celebration, and I'm sure I'll watch a couple of other clips. Itching for momentum. I feel you, bro. I feel you. But that's why too, like, also, if you could fucking hold your shit right now and not make a bad move when there's no momentum, you're gonna be good when the momentum comes back. That's what I'm saying. If you were able to sell out right before, take some good profits at the high, and, you know, not get too caught up in any of this little slowdown, you'll be ready for it. And that's what I'm saying. Someone's like, what's the play? I'm like, I got one small one today, but even then we didn't really do much on Friday, even though we had a couple of 1,000%ers. That was just playing kind of the downside momentum. But yeah, just wait till there's we need some clarity here on this week, and when we do get it, and we can know momentum is either going to push up or down, or just have more confirmation, I think you're going to have a way better time. Bro, CNC again? Disgusting. Well, I should play it to stop it. That's what I did last time. Anytime I play it, it'll stop the rally. I gotta do my job. Well, they don't even have any good options on that. Who do you think will win the World Cup? Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't even know who's good at soccer. Geo. Oh, they're a little private prison action, dude. You're so bored you could do some push-ups. 7 hours to nowhere. This is after a epically... Dude, Friday was crazy, you guys. Again, that was your worst day in a year. Worst week in a year. Just 4.5% out of nowhere. But, yeah. And then again, the last night, Korea, dude, was terrible. So to even just watch the chips bounce up how they have today, and kind of just this... not even like leadership changing. Just kind of a little reflation after the deflation on Friday. Still all around fascinating, but we have a lot in store this week, brethren. You're watching the dollar. That's what this Illuminati guy told you. I'm Illuminati now. I'm kind of down, bro. You know, I miss the Illuminati. That was you remember when Illuminati was the one to blame for everything? And then we quickly moved on from Illuminati. It's good to hear the Illuminati, to be honest. So that's good. I'm in the Illuminati now, guys. But yeah, I would watch the dollar. I do agree with that sentiment. Again, GM. And Japan. I know, dude. This whole time, the fucking Illuminati was just Israel. That's it. Now you guys are like, it's not. I'm telling you, 10, 15 years ago, you'd be like, it's the Illuminati. Now they're just like, it's Israel. That's it. But and then you could blame Trump too. You could. I get a lot of that as well. But I do remember when it was just the. It would be just the. We could blame Illuminati for everything. It was a good time. Zivra. We still have free shares of that. Oh, SPY chilling it. When I took my little emergency dump, the SPY ripped. And that was it. Again, Zivra, Biotech, Tesla breaking out. I mean, 500 highs on Tesla. That's crazy. That's still 3.5. It looks so small compared to what happened on Friday. QSR on the low. Chips are still 5.9, dude. And then SPY is literally all. This is the opening candle, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, man. So far, it's been about 3 hours to nowhere. But at least you did not go down, brother. You didn't die. You know, the ceasefire. We have stopped. We have ceased firing. Rivian. Yeah, so Rivian and Tesla. I don't know. Anything car related is doing quite well today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. ACHR, Tesla again. What is ACHR? That sounds familiar. I think people brought that one up last week. Yeah, oh, Archer. Duh, Archer Aviation. Yeah. Is it drones? I thought it was flying taxi cabs. I thought that's what we on. Is it aviation a vehicle? Are you an aviator? Huh? You an aviator nation? Do you think CPI the most will be impacted? What? Do you think will be the most impacted by the results, considering a straddle for this week? I won't know until I see it. That's why I just encourage you guys, sooner rather than later, we're gonna get into the event. But just like all the shit I've been saying, yeah, it's the same. So it's like, we won't know until we see it. We have to, again, I'm expecting CPI comes in above 4, but I would not be biased in any way. So I can't really speak to a straddle or not, because I'm not saying it's going to go up or down yet. I have zero idea. All I know is we got to get the number, see what happens, see how the market reacts to it, and then see what the dollar and bonds do. And then the fucked up part is that even after this week, we still have like three more events, with 2 of them not as big. You're gonna get CPI, then Bank of Japan and Bank of the ECB, and then the next week we're gonna get Kevin Warsh, which is again that's going to be the follow-up. So it's just about what happens at these events, where the, again, good or bad inflation, good or bad Kevin, but then it's like how the market responds, and then how the market responds is probably going to play out with how the dollar and the bonds respond. So I just don't know how that's going to play, and that's why I'm kind of just excited for it to see what happens. But yeah, I don't really think I could speak to this is exactly going to happen. And that's what I'm saying. I've been saying it here for the last couple weeks. That's how we prepared coming into this turn. The charts, a lot of the info I've showed you, it's all the same. I was showing you that chart of the volatility curve leading into CPI and the Kevin Warsh. I mean, this is where the volatility starts here in June. So just all we got to do is get ready for it and, interpret what the answers are once we get them. But we don't have any answers yet, and then we just got to interpret it. I'm excited. So yeah, I would be patient. Well, it could be good news, could be good, or it could be bad, but that's for like jobs. But like if CPI came in lower on Wednesday, I think it would be good. I think the market would like a bad CPI, right? Or a low but then the low CPI is good essentially. But then again, the real question is what happens, how does the market handle 4% CPI? So there's a chance it comes in lower, which would be very, very positive. But if it came in higher, then we play the game of, okay, what's the dollar doing? What's the bonds doing? And then we see how market participants handle 4% inflation with a 4.3% unemployment rate. Or what if it comes in at 4.2? What if it comes in at 4.3? That's another possibility. It might even come in higher, right? So like I'm telling you, it might come in lower, might come in right at 4, it might come in way, way higher. So yeah, just all depending on that number, that's going to determine dollar, bonds, and the reaction we're looking for. And then there's still going to be one more confirmation with Kevin Warsh. We will keep running it hot. U.S. Palau vessel violated blockade against Iran. What does this mean? CENTCOM disabled Palau flagged Marvex as it transited in international waters in Gulf of Oman. SFM again. Will a low CPI impact Oracle? No, Oracle will just be on its earnings. I mean, again, though, like I was saying, we have these earnings, but like earnings season is over. Even though Oracle and Adobe are kind of good, just the problem, you guys saw it last week. You had a couple of earnings wrap it up, but remember, those earnings, even if they were good, the bar was high, and they just didn't have, it wasn't a good result. So I think low CPI will help everybody, but yeah, as far as the earnings, it just kind of is going to depend on their individual situations, and then tied into hopefully there isn't another doom loop in the market that makes people react. Dabe, it's in 2 days. Dabe and Oracle. Yeah, they're doing good. They're back to that Friday. Again, some names are like where they gap down to. Others they're just like a little bit up, but still pretty washed in the last 48 hours. So it's a very, very mixed bag, not to mention the SPY not moving. They don't talk tariffs anymore. I know. We don't. It's funny. I mean, I'm very curious to see if what Kevin Warsh is going to say. Because, you know, we keep looking at was he going to be hawkish, dovish, views on inflation. But just remember, you know, Jerome Powell loved talking about tariffs. Even in 2026, it didn't matter. Well, again, remember the first month or two of the war, he was literally talking tariffs and inflation, not $120 oil. So, yeah, it'll be fascinating to see if I want to know what Kevin Warsh, where his tariff stance is. Yeah, Hood and now GSK and Merck on the low. So those are biotechs going down. Cerberus. That one's a banger too, bro. That's 20% today. There's a couple of them that went pretty cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. I know. We haven't had all-time highs in a week, I think. Or I guess last week, 4 days ago. But, yeah, man, it's been rough. But I hope you guys see this. I mean, this is what happened in July of last year. That's why I'm telling you the dollar is so important. Because that's exactly what happened with the dollar last time. Right around here. So where was it July? Yeah. Oh, no, that was October. You did it October, too. Beginning October 9th. I think it was right around here. Yeah, the first time the dollar started picking up. But yeah, you had that big sell-off. It looked pretty ugly after melting up. And then I think 2 weeks later, or by the end of the month, you were hitting a new high. So, again, I think all of this month will be dependent upon the dollar. Or whatever feeds into it. Like I've been saying, the chicken or the egg, that's the only problem with the dollar, is that the dollar will tell you what's going on, but then other things affect the dollar. So, essentially, the price of oil can affect the dollar, but then the dollar is just going to kind of highlight the conclusion. Bro, we're staying pinned though. Look at this on the. I've been looking at the 1 day chart, but when you look at it compared to yesterday, you were just literally. This is where I left yesterday, I think, or on Friday. Yeah, you're just kind of holding that level, but it seems kind of comatose. Like we said, I mean, this is just different than broadening out and everything else. They hate AIR. Look at ICAP singing ICAP. Dude, this is awesome. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. You better watch out though. You don't want to I feel like that would open up like a loophole, a time continuum. ICAP singing ICAP. It's amazing. FCX, Copper came down. Russia has decided to allocate all of Rush Dyro's profits for 2023 to 2029 to investment program. I don't know what this is. City's going up. Yeah, it filled all of them. Alrighty. Oh, they already jacked up the price? Scammers. So just the early front run. So that one's a little too risky for Gen Pop. I'll just tell you, Gen Pop, that I did a play on City. You could look at any of the banks too, but the idea is front run the banks. That if the Morgan Stanley Financial Conference, if this creates any headlines, we'll get some movement. But yeah, I went with a low quality, cheap one. Bro, Sprouts all day. UNH chilled. China's on the low. Let me see. Which banks? I'm pretty sure all of them. I think all of the majors are going to be there. It's again, let me pull up the calendar. They hate AIR. Where is it? I'm trying to find the full list, but I know at least like the I know Bank of America, and I'm pretty sure Citi and a few others. Yeah, Morgan Stanley Financials Conference. So Synchrony, Ally, Wells Fargo, BX, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, PNC, Capital One, PGY, Zion, CFG. Oh, actually, Citi might not be on that list. I might be thinking Capital One. Alibaba Group named in Pentagon notice on firms. That usually always gives it a stick, yeah. We've played that headline so many times. Excuse me. Get lucky on any front run for that. Not a recommendation. Korea. Yeah, see, well, K-Web's reacting. Again, Baba, we've gotten reactions to that headline before, but yeah, they said they put out a list of all these companies. About Burry's take on Lulu. I think Burry's he's usually right when it comes to value. I'm telling you, I think Burry is one of the best value investors, so. I mean, I think his stance on Lulu will eventually come true unless he bitches out and leaves. But I mean, that's why I still like Nike better. Not that I think Lulu's, not a bad company. I did think the Lululemon burkas was interesting. That one surprised me, but other than that, I think them and Nike go hand in hand. The difference was Nike was a lot cheaper when we first started buying it. That was it. Lulu was down, but remember, Lulu was still way up there. So I think eventually, some of these bigger behemoth retail companies, they're going to stick around, but it's just a matter of when that turnaround takes place. So unless if Burry doesn't change his mind on Lululemon, I think he's going to be right. Just because, again, I think Michael Burry, he is not good at shorting stocks. I think he is good at buying value names. Once I realized that, it changed my life. I'm telling you, once I started looking at Michael Burry's plays as just long term, oh my gosh, bro. It was amazing. It was amazing. Hawk. Whatever this is. Well, yeah, I mean, he did good in 08, but I'm telling you, if you ever go see what he talks about that he likes and value names, he's really good at it. That's why he gets the idea of buying shit that's not at the high. I don't know, and then again, the fundamentals and good companies, he's pretty good at it. He's had a couple. I know he bitched out of what was the other one? Was it 4? I think Shift 4 payments. That was the only one he quit recently, or he got out of. But generally, I mean, he's pretty good at spotting a good company at the low, which I've always appreciated about him. Actually, is the Molina up? Wasn't he talking Molina? It was either at 190. Yeah, I think it was at 120 when he talked about it. Oh yeah, he got out of GME. His long-term track record. Just look at what he's bought. That's what I'm saying. Everybody looks at what he shorts. But when you go and see what the fuck he was buying, this guy has just been bottom ticking and just buying value names. Which again, you guys have to understand why I like that. Because that's what I like doing. That's why I'm oh, fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He's wow, this stock is trading at a multiple year low. It's fuck yeah, that's exactly what, You know, and he does that a lot. He has a lot of those, so I think that goes a very long way. Was 100? Yeah, was it 100, 120? I remember that. That was last year. That's what we had the same discussion. Was he in Estee Lauder? Well, that one hasn't done good. Well, it just depends where you bought it. BXP? Hey, that's almost $1. It's like 1.5%. Yeah, Cerebus ripped today. I don't really know why. I think it was just part of this chip bounce. And then again, I mean, you guys know you had Jensen Huang pumping AI, saying it's good to buy AI. He said this is just the beginning. And then, yeah, Jensen went on a whole nother chip pump tour. The quasi-Korean crash. I think it was both surprising and not after a move like that. You know, I think it's a couple percentage away from being in a bear market, as weird as that sounds, because it has went down, I think, almost 20%. But I just think it's going to move, and it's going to speed up and slow down depending on whatever happens here with us and the dollar. And I just think if the momentum continues, it'll just, and if the dollar doesn't go crazy, it'll just be a little blip, and it'll come back up. Same thing with U.S. stocks, and then vice versa. If after this week, these catalysts, it rips the dollars, it slows down the momentum, all of that, I think it could get a lot uglier. And that'll be just a change in leadership, where then the money will move from going to all chips to probably a lot of these other laggers. U.S. delegation to discuss more hydrocarbon law reforms. I don't think overcorrection. I think anticipation. I think all of this was getting ready for this month. Remember, we talked about it. You had like a weird air pocket where there was no catalysts from like end of May till the beginning of now. And then that's what happened. But then, yeah, now I think we're there. Datadog Claude integration. Didn't we get that headline last week? Or no, remember they released those bots? So see. They popped a little bit. Can now monitor Claude enterprise activity with Datadog Cloud. The locked in, just I would click on it, and if it tells you everything that's in there. So I would just read it, and if you don't understand it from there, just maybe wait a little bit. Would probably be my best advice to you, brother. Yeah, again, Amazon is raising some equity. That was in the morning, though. That was kind of already announced. So I guess they've officially announced before Meta did. And they did it in Canadian dollars, ironically enough. And Oscar. It's weird. XLV's down. I don't know. It could be, what was it? HCA, I think, is dragging down the index, to be honest. Someone brought that up earlier. It's weird. You still got a couple at least one big healthcare name underperforming. A roller. Where is a Tesla? And then Apple's just chilling. Google, and then Meta. Again, you're going to get that court case on Meta by Friday. So that'll be fun. Wasn't this fun after a big day? Did you guys think this was what Monday was going to feel like? I thought we were going to get more fireworks, to be honest. But no, I don't think, I think we might either have to wait till the end of the day, or we're going to have to wake up and see what happens. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. NVO is good once the Europeans chill out. That was one of those European laggers. But then they also do this every time, where this thing literally like goes up almost like 50% from its low, and then you like get stuck in this like headline wave. But whenever the dollar chills out, or again we get more upside in the Europeans, I like it. Or if we ever run out of opportunity, if we ever run out of like solid, good valued names, and NVO is just the last one, I would be down, because again, a lot of healthcare drug plays have they've already kind of bounced here, so a little bit earlier than expected. You thought you would for sure get margin called today. Oh, okay. That's good. It's a little calmer than expected. You were planning for a margin call? Did you lower your risk after that, or you were like, woo, dodge the bullet, let me lever some more. It's game time. Woo! Baidu listed as China military company operating in U.S. Was that on the list? So they're all reacting. Well, yeah, you have to go through it. They put out a list on a website. I'm just worried because, again, we've got that headline many times. I'd just be worried for the fade eventually. Baba and a couple Chinese names got mentioned as what's it called? They were listed as Chinese military names operating in the U.S. SMC, just turning up. I looked at him earlier today. Remember, these guys, that's why, like, I don't know, in a weird way, SMCI kind of shows you that there's still some hype that exists. Because remember, SMCI just started, as everything got really bubbly, they were like, yeah, we're going to fucking buy SMCI. And then even though this thing pulled back, this thing still pretty up there. So we'll see, Mr. SMCI. XLP, all the areas you'd even rotate to are doing nothing. Every time they mention Black Monday, it's green, pretty much. I mean, it was kind of Black Monday for the Koreans, bro. That shit was crazy. Oh, we forgot our push-ups. Chatadonia. I just yawned. I was like, I need a deep breath in. I need a stretch. I need a jumping jack. Chatadonia, you've been here for 3.5 hours. You got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I would encourage you to get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Just move around, okay? Even if you're sitting down right now, if you're driving, maybe you're at work, tell your boss, be like, boss, I need to do push-ups. But just breathe in deeply. Don't yawn. But you know that's what you do when you yawn. You're just getting like O2 straight to the dome. I don't know if they feel me, bro. So yeah, man, move around, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, relax your eyeballs a little bit. Just move, though. It's been 3 hours, man. This Monday is flying by. Even though the market is barely moved and it's 2% up on the NASDAQ, remember how you felt 2% down. You're 2% up, but it doesn't seem all that crazy. So get ready for it all, though. But get ready physically and mentally. But if you don't do a push-up, bro, oh man, it's gonna be hard to sit here all day. Ah, I like deep breaths. It's good for you. It's good for you, Habibi. It's good. Come on. Yalla. I give him a banger. Give him a banger. Yeah.
I make the contracts free. Chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. I make the contracts free, 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 free.
Stretch for a little there, not as much, bro. I have this hip work. I need to do it right before I lift though, because then man, I'll be like running out of breath. You know that you do 90-90s. Maybe I should show you it. You do 90-90s on the hips, and then once you're in like the position of the 90-90, you like pick up your knee and then just hold it, and then you like extend your leg. Oh dude, it's painful. But it's good pain. It's great pain, actually. It's good for you. Good for the soul. Free contracts. All right, Chad. Well, no major headlines in 3 hours. I mean, you've got a lot of Israel headlines, but they didn't really do much. WWDC kicks off. Investors want to know if AI will save Siri. It sucks. I can't even play it. You guys remember that, right? You know, when you do the Apple thing. Oh, yeah, it's going to start in 4 minutes. But I can't. All I could do is a voiceover. They don't let me play it. They'll ban you. They're really weird about it. I don't know why. You think they want to, like, you know, promote the phone and shit, but nah. And then SMCI keeps running. Expect major Siri upgrade, leveraging Google's Gemini, facing pressure to match rivals. Yeah, but then remember too, I mean, there was a point where Apple not getting into AI was considered the bullishness. That was when people freaked out a little bit. I don't know. They're really strict on the WWDC. So like, yeah, I mean, let me put it this: there's 150,000 people waiting to watch this. 122,000 on the YouTube. So yeah, and then anybody who plays WWDC, they'll ban you. NVO. No, I have NVO. I mean, the big account, we sold it when we got the farm, but it's in the small account in Cold Sister. SLB, I mean, see if... I guess even XLE is up today. No shit. I mean, technically oil is up, even though 91... Where did we hit on Friday? Yeah, bro. Oil closed at 90. Kind of crazy. Free contracts. That's my therapy. WWDC. Bros with a little bit of a stick, up 2.7. Yeah, that was only like 0.5% on that candle. Again, SMCI still going. I haven't looked at any of the other chips. Do you play Snap as a sympathy to Meta? Maybe. Just it kind of depends on what the judge rules. Or any of the social... I mean, if the judge does what the opposite of what my lawyer said, if he does something major that would, like call on the Supreme Court and social media companies, then yeah. But other than that, I think Meta would be primarily where you want to focus. Meta's been moving a lot too. There's been a lot of volatility in Meta, big dollar range, big back and forth swings. And then just like what happened last time the court case, it went down and then it had a nice bounce. So I just think Meta, you'll get the volatility, and then just depending on what the actual court ruling is, then I think we'll actually get a different reaction. Did Ford go up? Yeah, a little bit. Again, GM2 is running. Excuse me. And then SMCI is ripping as well still. I've just kept that one up. Oh shit, those options went up. Well. Oh, I wanted to see that. I had a list of unusual options. The hell is this? The first few slops are live on Cult Music. I need to redo the MP4s. Uh-oh. Get ready. I got Tim. That was part of our Google negotiations. I got Tim Cult Music channel, so he could upload all of the slop bops. So now you guys could send them all to Tim, and then you guys could slop bop away. What is this? Anthropic testing confirms Mythos successfully exploited 18 of 21 Windows kernel bugs. Kernel flaws at a cost of $2,000 each. Trump admin plans AI security executive order to mitigate national security cyber risks. Spies starting to go down. Is that Amazon flushing? Amazon, at least one big tech into the low. Again, WWDC is going to start here soon. And Google. Well, you're coming back into the low. Again, we haven't really done much last hour or so. I'm going through some of these options. There's a couple of moves, but not anything too crazy. ABAT, that one. Oh, ABAT had options too. That was the one from the morning. Jeez. Okay, SPY is still picking up to the downside right now. Tim Cook says announcements will center on Apple Intelligence and Siri. So see, I mean, if Apple does make a big move, that'll probably add there to the margins. But yeah, I don't know. No, this one's not even like NVIDIA. This seems to be like Google and Amazon and Meta. See, ABAB. Yeah, we saw again. I think that was just a couple of big techs. Chips didn't make a move off of that, or some of your leaders that could be healthcare drilling into the low, like low key stable. It was kind of everything coming down, but it's small. So again, it's kind of you don't really have like a clear leader right now. But look at the low ticker; it's almost fully maxed out. You just hit the low of the day. Hi. Alright, these all suck. Alright, let's see. Did they begin? It's not up. They just have some video playing. $400,000 people are watching this. That's amazing. Wow. They have a bug. Is this Tim Cook? What the fuck? Hold on, I need the captions. Can I get subtitles, please? Our next version of macOS. Let's start with some improvements. Platform improvements. Our products are an integral part of your life. You use them so much, we never change them and still charge you $2,000 a year. So naturally, we have high expectations in terms of monetizing you. So to make our products even more expensive and responsive and relatable and delightful and whatever other adjective I could think of, we are now introducing a host of features and a new camera. And we're going to make things even better. That is why I unbutton the top of my button-up shirt. So, we built something and the details matter. So to tell you more, here's Stacy. Stacy? Hey guys, to detail what's going on at the core DNA of Apple, this year we doubled down on our relentless dedication. As we realized we're falling way behind on AI, we said let's make another PowerPoint. and we have some of the best opportunities to refine our systems, from the UI to Foundries. So here's just a bunch of fucking words so it looks like we're doing something, and then we'll give you a new camera. But things are faster, and you've been asking us about a lot of things, so let me show you some things in my weird digital library. This is our Apple WWDC, edited by Josh. That's right. This is it's halfway accurate. How are you doing, buddy? We're introducing our new liquid glass. It looks like Window Vista and the more absent experiences, even aggressive with all of the major design, okay? Okay, buddy? So here's a quick bold leap. We're going to continue to make it look like Windows Vista all the time, brother. Okay, thank you so much. Our team appreciates any feedback, but fuck you, man. Okay, fuck you if you don't like it. Everybody love Windows Vista, brother. Fuck you, man. But we have some additional refinements with how we look to build a liquid glass. I'm reading the subtitles. I need more. I want to watch it. Apple's actually going up off it, though. I still think they're going to find a way to ban me. I don't know why Stacy became Elmo. Stacy. They got a lot going on, dude. Bro, they opened up the fucking event with a VW van smoking in a bobblehead. That's just kind of unique, man. Apple's going up, though. I don't know what they're... It's a fucking Google Glass, brother. Oh, okay.
And it delivers the same beautiful refractions.
Alrighty. So yeah, we'll see if anything hits the wire. Let me know, or watch if Apple or any big tech, whoever they partner with or not. But then again, one company might pop though. You might get a small company that they're gonna work with, and then it'll do its thing. You've seen that before on these Apple events. See, that's why I was going through these options that had unusual ones, but now that I think about it, I don't know if any of them. I don't know if they relate to anything relates to Apple. ABAT, Perigo. Oh, Perigo was at a conference this morning. I think that's where they went. I hate the liquid glass. I'm telling you, the liquid glass reminds me of Windows Vista. I hate it. It's so annoying. All right, it's already 10:11. Oh, Chad, someone should have told me. We could stop this downside instantly. It worked kind of on Friday. All right, well, WWDC has began. Apple has not really moved. SPY lower. I do think a couple of the chips gave it back up. I mean, Microsoft into the low. IGV's even in the red. XLF even sold off. Oh, they ain't giving me no love. Ain't no love in the heart of the bars. Ain't no love in the dollar bill. Am I gonna go poop again? I was gonna have philo, but I guess the poop worked today too. GL Dubs, the supplier. Oh yeah, they had that deal too with Amazon this morning. But yeah, if there's any if they announce any small company they work with, those will usually run for a little bit. On Cerberus for the long term. To IPO, just like I said, it's hard. I mean, if you watch the IPO video that I put out the other day, it's just like the reality is that 60% of them are lower on the year after the IPO, and then by a margin of 55%, and then 40% are higher after about a year. So it just really it's very, very hard to say. I usually do not opt to putting putting IPOs in the long term, just because unless it's something you really know and love. But then even then, I still think it's usually like an IPO within the first year it kind of backfires. But you never know. Like I said, some of them have been very good, but it's just it's kind of a mix of rolling the dice. Of rolling the dice and investing in a name you know about. Whatever, yeah, INHD keeps running up. Again, dollar's even trying to tick. Dollar might even go green right now. Kind of the crazy part. You bought a put. It's time to reach new highs. Thank you for your sacrifice. It's crazy, though. Again, the other day, like, nobody owned puts, like, really at the start of last week. But then literally by Friday, put activity rocketed up. So that's what kind of sucks, because every time people buy a bunch of puts, then the market just makes it a point to light them on fire. So we were talking about it, the new put is the rotation, but we're going to find out here. But like literally Friday's move got a lot of people to buy puts. So that does now, in a weird way, you kind of have people at least prepared for some sort of a downward type of move. Well, that's just what sucks, though, because like all it took was one day. I wouldn't call the puts crowded, but they're more crowded than they were at the beginning of last week when nobody wanted one. Nobody wanted a put, even if you paid them. I would say to a certain degree. Let me see. Tesla, again, Mattel. I put that one up there. Apple dancing around. I haven't got a headline, though, from WWDC, surprisingly. Well, it's crazy. Tesla, I did not realize it was at 420 before. Yeah, it's up 4%, but it looks like a drop in the bucket. Yeah, why does Mattel? They got a partnership? They making fucking WWDC toys? Talking about nothing. You can now join and contribute with our album. Now with shared albums, we can make sure that you have more people in your business than ever before. With our new health app, not only can we track if you have diabetes, we could sell you peptides. Did you already think you were dying of cancer by going on WebMD? Now we have an app for that. We could warn you every day. Do you listen to the headphones that you spent $3,000 with us on? Well, now we could track if they're too loud. And they're always going to have earwax stuck in them. Those are very interesting updates. Vision Pro! Oh! Dude, does anybody have a Vision Pro in here? Is there anybody in here with the Vision Pro? Are you that guy on the airplane? You flex it too, don't you? Does anybody have a Vision Pro? And listen, if you have a Vision Pro and you don't have a long term, I'm going to find your vehicle. That's all I'm telling you. It's cool if it's free. Yeah, I would rock a Vision Pro if it was free. You want one? I mean, get one, dude. It's been out for like 2 years. I think longer. I don't know if they still sell them. They do. They just dropped the Vision Pro update, it looks like. You saw a dude at the gym working out with Vision Pros? No way. It's kind of smart. I might do that. You had one, but you returned it? Yeah, I thought that's what everybody did. Will Power Hour turn this around? It might. I mean, dude, today's a really weird day. Like I'm telling you, I mean, it's the day after a very big sell-off, but it's not like the headlines were too powerful in the morning, both from the war to Jensen and whatever else. Or again, we are awaiting a lot this week, but yeah, just the like leadership and the rotation and where the money went to and didn't was very different than the last like 2 weeks. Just kind of random. You don't have the same clear-cut rotations that you did, and then the chips recovered a decent amount, but they're still, off of their highs, and the momentum is waning. But yeah, I don't know where we'll be by the end of the day. I already think today was kind of a surprise one. I know, I think we just need a philo. Hamas, Iran informed us efforts to stop the war across various fronts. Not bad, Habibi. Yalla.
What do you... Sure. I think, Kelly, what's happening is that the debate has fundamentally shifted this year, even more so
give me
to the
2
benefit of
seconds, and then I think
semiconducers.
we might do philo.
We had our Bank of America
Dude, it's
Global
already
Technology
10.
Conference last week.
10:20.
Last year, the debate was that if they build
All right,
it,
give me a sec.
will they come, right? This
Follow
year,
me on
debate is,
Instagram
can
at
you
the
build
Trading
fast
Fraternity.
enough?
If you don't know about
So
the dollar,
the
then
debate has
wow.
completely shifted from the hyperscalers having to justify the return on their investment to just constraints everywhere you look. So whether it's in computing, whether it's in memory, whether it's in networking, whether it's in storage, whether it's in power, and we think semiconductors are a very critical part of helping to address a lot of those constraints. And that's why I think it's not a surprise that the SOX index has done so well, primarily driven, I should add, by earnings growth rather than price to earnings multiple expansion.
The reaction I get is from people who go, look, did you see that price target? $1,200, that's crazy. I mean, what do you say to the, and I'm talking about people who've been in the market a long time. They've seen this game, they've seen this movie before, they know what happens. Everybody chases price targets on the way up, then there's gonna be a move and they're gonna chase them down. So, and they're almost in disbelief that anything meaningful can last longer than the kind of action that we've seen in this strong rally the past couple of weeks. What is your message to them?
Sure, I think that to some extent, the investors who were impacted by some of the historical cycles, whether it was the telecom cycle or the build out of the internet, I think they saw a lot of infrastructure being deployed, but the utilization of that infrastructure was extremely low. And right now, what we are seeing is that the usage of this infrastructure is exceptionally high. In fact, the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic, they are trying to buy computing capacity wherever they can find it. There is hardly a single GPU out there that is not 100% utilized, right? There is no dark GPU, there is no dark compute. Second, I think important thing the industry is doing is planning for multiple years out, right? So there is already a roadmap that goes out for the next 2 or 3 years And you have these pools of excellence, whether it is in the specific kinds of memory chips, whether it's in specific kind of wafers. So for example, there is only one Taiwan semiconductor that is helping provide leading edge wafers to the entire accelerator industry. So when you have that one person who is controlling a lot of this production, it is very hard to double order and create that overbuild. So I think what we are seeing is a combination of very strong demand and very disciplined supply coming to the market. And that's very
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Aye. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Oh, it might be time to save the market, Chad. Oh, Chad Adonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, are you ready for Philo? Oh, we got a good one. And judge strikes down Trump's 100,000 H-1B visa fee. Anthropic mythos can exploit new flaws in a few hours. Ooh. So, Chad Adonia, we gotta talk about life, baby. Oh, we gotta talk about life. Were you thinking about life this weekend? I don't know. I hope you used this weekend. Man, we've been having some good philos, man. But like I've been telling you, what happens outside, it will come into the market, my friend. There's no avoiding it. I would argue how you behave in the market. It has everything to do with what you do outside. And that's for better or for worse, too, man. You got to realize, when things do good, you handle yourself outside, man. You get in a good flow. Oh, it'll feed beautifully into the market. But then also, too, like vice versa. You got to realize, man, you could have a lot of talent. You could have a lot of skill. You could know the game front and back. Oh, all it takes is one bad day. All it takes is one bad emotion, and if you really don't have control over it or the discipline, my friends, that will cost you. Again, your attitude, how you view what you could take on and handle. Oh, if you don't think the day-to-day life will affect that, my brother, I have news for you. It does. It does. So I hope you could get something out of Philo. And I do hope, though, too, man, over the weekend, I hope you guys got a lot of rest, and I do hope you were thinking about this stuff. And, I mean, again, there's a lot going on. I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I had a very good weekend. You know, I left earlier. I was chill, but, I mean, again, looking at them, it was hard not to think about the market. It was hard not to see what the market did on Friday and be like, whoa. But especially with all the stuff we've been talking about. But, yeah, I did. I thought of something, and something came to me. An old proverb, but this isn't from the Bible. This isn't a biblical proverb. It's actually, I think it's Machiavelli, to be honest. So I don't know where Machiavelli stands in terms of philo. I don't know if you should follow Machiavellian principles or not. That's up to you. But, you know, again, there was, he talks about this one concept. And I don't know. I was thinking about it and then thinking about the market. It really reminded me of a lot of what's going on right now. And I want you to understand it, okay? So this is what I'm going to start with today. Just one simple phrase. One very, very simple phrase. Are you ready? The fool strikes too early. The weak strike too late. Do you get it? Do you understand why? Maybe the first one's easy. The fool strikes early. Why? Why does the fool strike early? You know, now it's funny because I might say that I don't know what you're thinking about. You might be thinking about a fight, a battle, the market. I don't know. But just think about it. The fool strikes early. Think about back in the day, a battle, right? Imagine like some of these Bible stories, like the kingdoms and the kingdoms at war. Again, we were just talking Joshua the other day. You know, think about it. You go into battle. The fool strikes too early. So why are you a fool for striking too early? It means you weren't waiting for timing. You weren't waiting till things were in your favor. You know, that's another thing, bro. Have you guys ever heard of I forgot what he calls it. This is a Machiavellian principle as well. And he talks about it. I think, no, it might be Sun Tzu. I don't know. It's one or the other. But he talks about taking advantage of how people act in the moment, where essentially, if you're ready to fight and ready to battle, that adrenaline will get you ready to battle. But if you just wait it out, you won't be ready to fight. This kind of applies to the whole idea of striking not only too early, but then sometimes if it never comes, it may trip out the person and how they react. But long story short, I mean, I think you get it. Why are you a fool if you strike too early? You're not waiting till things align. You're not waiting till you have the odds in your favor. Or again, you may just be ignorant to what is going on. The situation, there may be a piece of info you're missing to the point where you're saying, yeah, I should go now. Okay, now what about the other part? The fool strikes too early, but the weak strikes too late. Oh, why? Bro, why are you weak if you strike too late? Apple's ripping and Tesla. Why are you weak if you strike too late? I hope you can envision it. You know, just imagine a king. And they're like, should we go to battle? And he's like, no, not yet. Right? And then after a bunch of things happen, then he's like, oh, okay, yeah, now we go. It's just a weak king. You're weak in your conviction, weak in the idea of, again, being able to even handle the uncertainty. You know, think about it. Why are you weak if you strike too late? That means you hesitated. You were waiting for something. Oh, think about it. Now, this one I could apply financially. This one you see a lot. No? Tell me, why in the world would you want to buy something that is double the price that it was from last week? Let me guess. The idea probably feels a lot stronger now. Now that you think about it, you're like, okay, now that I know this, I have the information now. Okay, yeah. It's a good stock now. Why is it a good stock? It moved up. But think about it. Your logic, your reasoning, your position, all of it's weak. Because, again, it would have been stronger idea if you bought it earlier. Again, your position itself would have been stronger, not weaker, buying it 50% lower. Are you following? This is the one that tripped me out. Again, the fool striking early, I feel like I've been the fool many times in my life, to be honest. I've gone early, not only selling things early, but really early. I'm talking events, I'm talking investments, you name it. And then again, you've learned. You get to learn over the years. You get to see where it is. Again, most of the time, it's like you're not privy to information in the beginning. But the weak striking late. That's the one that I think is fascinating. And here, I'll just tell you the answer to all of it. And you got to think about this. You got to think about this in both instances that make you hasty and then the ones that make you hesitate. But he says it very simply. There is great fruit where people hesitate. Wow. I love it. This is what we were talking about pretty much last couple of weeks here. If you could get good at that gap from making a decision and then an action or making an action and then the results showing up. If you could learn to handle that uncertainty, the better you get at that, the further you are going to go. All of you. I don't care who I'm talking to. Don't matter your background, where you're from, anything. Apple going up. Apple's ripping. Iran Galibov, this shows U.S. is neither seeking a ceasefire nor dialogue, accuses Trump of violating the MOU terms, saying it proves they seek neither ceasefire or dialogue, and vows to turn the naval blockade into another defeat of the enemy. Bro, Apple's going insane. What did they just announce? A new version of Siri? Check Google. Siri AI. Google's even reacting to it too. Okay. They kept them small just in case. I don't think that one's gonna hit. But if this launches them all up, they need to announce something else. But that got things hyped a little bit. All the other, that's why I say every other option jacked up. There's only one. Okay, now there's two. We'll let Apple do its thing. I might even be down for a downside one too. Yeah, that was literally, I put $10 down on it. Yeah, they already died. There is great fruit where people hesitate. Doesn't that sound nice? Chad, get ready for the next couple of weeks. I think the gaps between decision and result is where a lot of fruit will be created or left on the table. So that's the first part. And then now the second one. Are you ready? Oh, this one. I think all of you. I talked about this on Friday. I was saying, man, I don't know. This whole, I don't know where your trust in society is. It's not that you need to trust society, but if you don't, I mean, why does that should push you towards teaching and educating yourself? If I can't rely on society, who can I rely on? Well, that's simple, myself. To learn the truths of this world, my friend. That's on you. But maybe you can agree with this. The world is a very unfair place. Would any of you agree with that? The world is an unfair place. People get things they don't deserve. People who do the worst somehow live the best lives. The people who do the best somehow live the worst lives. Oh, there's people who have positions they're not qualified for. There's people overqualified who do all of the work and don't get compensated. I don't know. You tell me. Am I tripping? Am I tripping? The world is unfair. Would you agree, or is anybody out there think we live in a nice utopia of fairness? Well, listen, I'll just tell you. Are you ready? Sadly. What if I told you it doesn't matter? And actually, if all you do is focus on the unfairness, you will waste your time. I guess let me put it this way. I told you the other day, I said, man, you should start rejoicing for the storm. What if I told you unfairness is the opportunity? Huh? Think about it. The world is unfair. And there's two types that are going to go about it. You have the people who are going to point out how unfair it is. And then they're going to live in that unfairness and say it's unfair. I can't do anything. And then there's another group of people that see how unfair it is. And then they learn that this is a game of unfairness. And what do? They learn the rules and they play that game better than anybody else. So unfortunately, unfairness is the opportunity. It is your opportunity to not submit. As odd as that may sound. You said, I will learn the rules to create my own game. I will play by the game until I don't have to. Apple introduces Siri AI. But yeah, man. All I've been thinking here this weekend, I don't know how. I have two other things I want to show you. I actually have three. There's one more thing. But this, too early. Too late. Playing by the game. Building up in it. Or running away. Oh, I couldn't shake these ones. They really, really got me thinking. But my friends, there's going to be a lot of gaps in both action and result. And guess what? The odds are going to be stacked up against you. Look around. You're in the stock market. What do you think is going to happen? Oh, but do you see? It should get you excited. Oh, Chadadonia. I hope you feel me. So, I wanted you to think about that. But now, I got three more things. I got two Jim Rome clips I want to share with you. And then I want to play a random clip for you. One of them is I just saw this. And I just, the way he explained it, it was just literally, I've never heard about this guy in my life. And I just heard it though. And I said, wow. Very, very accurate. So, take a listen, though. We're going to start with some Jim Rohns. Woo!
The promise of the future is an awesome force. We look back for experience, but we have to look forward now for inspiration. And what gives us inspiration to get up in the morning and do our job, learn skills, develop all that we can possibly be, is the promise of the future. And it can be so powerful that it can overwhelm any adversary you might have, any difficulties you might have. Here's a key phrase. Reasons make the difference in your appetite and zest for taking on the challenge, doing the job, becoming successful. You can overcome the most unbelievable challenges if you have enough reasons. There's an ancient phrase, here's what it says: if you try to save your life, you will lose it. But if you will lose your life, meaning if you will invest your life, that's the best way to save it and to multiply it many times over. So here's the phrase: investing life into life has the potential of creating miracles. Investing life into life creates a new baby. But investing life into life with ideas, information, association, influence can create enterprise, can create a corporation, can create a business, can create a movement, can create something that benefits many more people than just those few that might have invested in each other's lives. So make this note now: you never know who's in the audience. So you don't know who's out there that's going to make an impact on the world, that's going to do extraordinary things. So here's what you must always do: always be sincere and always do your best, no matter who you talk to, because you just don't know. You just don't know who's there ready or when the timing is right. So jot this down: it takes more than one voice to help us to see, help us to think, help us to make decisions, help us to evaluate. It takes a variety of personalities, messages, points of view, the weight of experience. If it comes from several sources, it can be just incredibly valuable when you sum total it. The promise of the future is an awesome force.
An awesome force. I'm sure you know why I like that one. But nah, bro, I don't know if you heard what he said. You look backwards for experience, forward for inspiration. So, I mean, don't get too used to looking back, but think about it. There's a lot of experience there. That's why, if you always look back, you can't be looking backward just to get sad. I don't know who needs to hear that. You got to look back for what it actually taught you. Your experience is backwards. It's all through what you did. How come you know not to do this? How come you know not to buy certain far out the money? How come you know not to buy hype plays after they balloon 1,000%? How come you don't put the next best thing in your long term? That makes sense? Think about it. All of these you know, but it's from looking back. Okay, so you learn from your experiences looking back, but how do we keep going forward? You're going to need some inspiration. You need a goal, a future, a plan, something forward. That's why I've been saying, have you not heard me lately? I've been telling y'all, bro, the next generation, all this stuff we have at our disposal, Chad. Oh, a group of landowners. Are you kidding me? Look at this world, bro. You know, you realize what you see today may not be here in 5-10 years. It's going to be a lot different. I don't view that as a bad way. I say that's an opportunity to change things. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. You should start getting inspired by the future. Otherwise, think about it. What's the point? What's the point of going doomerism? It doesn't work. So you're going to look back from experience, and then your experience is going to tell you not to look ahead to the future. So now we only look at the past with a sour view, and then the future with zero inspiration. Do you see how that would stop movement? Oh, I don't know if they feel me, bro. Invest. He said invest in life. Invest life with life. It's a kind of a paradox. Because he brought up the Bible verse. You hold on to your life, you will lose it. You give up your life, you will gain it. Oh, we've had a philo on this. It's funny, you know what I thought though? I don't know, maybe the market's just been going crazy. Maybe just because we added to the long term. What is that? I don't know. What did that? It reminded me of something. Hold it, you lose it. Lose it, you gain it. You know, this is a spiritual concept, but I would argue all of you need to understand this. You know why? I don't think you're going to do well in the investing world if you don't understand this. Isn't that weird? But do you want to know why? Because that's the whole basis of investing. This is why I told you when I was growing up, my parents would call the stock market gambling. Everything about the stock market was gambling to them. And I see where they're coming from. But that's why I would say, I was like, yeah, no. I was like, there's not, I mean, you go buy Procter Gamble. You're buying, names. You're not trying to flip it. You're just investing in good quality companies that make money and will be around. I wouldn't call it gambling. But, there's many ways. You could take something that's not a gamble and still gamble on it. But the whole idea is that any investment you make, you have to, every time you invest in something, you could lose it. You have to give up what you're holding. I want to make more money in stocks. Guess what? I have to give up money and put it there. As I was saying, the irony of what this got me thinking. I was thinking it reminds me of cash. Think about it. You hold it, you're going to lose it. You lose it, you're going to gain it. Oh, man. So, Chad, the future is a very potent force. And you gotta be willing to invest in it. You gotta be willing to give up something there to get something on the back end. But my goodness, is that not what we've been doing with every investment we've made? So that's the first one. I got a second clip for you.
You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are. That's the challenge. And of course, the other side of the coin reads, unless you change how you are, you'll always have what you got. I have found in my experience that income does not far exceed personal development. Now, sometimes income takes a lucky jump, but sure enough, unless you grow out where it is, it'll usually come back where you are. Life has strange ways. If somebody hands you $1 million, best you become a millionaire quickly, so you get to keep the money. Otherwise, sure enough, it'll disappear. Somebody once said, if you took all the money in the world, divided it up equally among everybody, it would soon all be back in the same pockets. Incredible. Success is something you attract, not something you pursue. Success is looking for a good place to stay. So instead of going after it, you work on yourself. Personal development. See, the major question to ask on the job is not what are you getting? The major question to ask on the job is what are you becoming? See, the big question is not what am I getting paid here? The big question is what am I becoming here? Because true happiness is not contained in what you get. Happiness is contained in what you become. So that's our major subject for tonight, personal development. Of all the assignments Mr. Schoaf gave me at age 25, this was probably the most difficult. In fact, I'm still working on this one. I think it's an unending challenge to see what you can become. You can have...
You've heard that last one. Trump says he urged Netanyahu not to retaliate. You're in another N12 headline. You don't think it's weird, too? Jim Rome down to Miles. You crack open enough people who've talked about these topics. You don't think that's weird that that keeps coming up? The idea of becoming? He's saying the same thing that other pastor would tell you. The Miles was a pastor. He's not a pastor. You don't think it's weird that they all say the same thing? Different time frames, different years. Again, the strangest secret. That's why I told you, I was like, bro, Proverbs, most of any motivational book written is probably some remix of Proverbs or ancient wisdom. It's amazing. But yeah, that's not the part that stood out to me. That was just that was a little part that stood out. But he said something, man. And a lot of you have heard that too in the beginning. Said, unless you change what you are, you will always have what you got. Very simple. That one we've talked about before. But I want to attach this one to what we talked about just a week or two ago, which I still, my friends, believe. And it's crazy how many people have reached out to me and said this has already worked wonders for them. Now, guess what? I hope you keep it up. I hope you don't fall back on this one. Very simple, my friends. You want to get lucky? Get rid of all desperation. And I don't know if you just heard what Jim said. He just said something very similar. But he gave you another part of it. Do you know what it was? Success. He says success is looking for a good place to stay. Woo! So what does that mean, Chad? Remember, like I told you, I said just personify luck. Just look at luck. You don't like desperate things. You hate desperation. How do you think luck? Luck gets mortified by it. Luck will run away. So how do you think success works? How do you view success? What do you think success is? Do you think success is like just wants to hang out? Do you think success is trying to get married? What do you think success is trying to do, bro? How do you view success? It's an interesting topic. That's where, again, even the Earl Nightingales, what is success? The progressive realization of a worthy ideal. But he said it. He said success is looking for a good place to stay. So my question for you would be, if success is just looking for a good place to stay, would it be worthwhile to spend your time chasing success? I don't think it would be. What happens? You chase success, you got it. Where are you going to go back to? Success is looking for a place to stay. That I think you've seen it. Some of you might have got to live this. You're telling me you ain't get lucky and come into contact with something? You got success for a little bit, but then you weren't ready for it? What happened? You got success, but you had nowhere to go back to. So instead of chasing success, you should be working on building a place for it. Are you understanding? If you spent your time, that's why he's saying focus on you becoming better. That's his whole thing. That's why he says don't focus on the wind, focus on the sail. Don't focus on the problem, focus on you getting better. That's a whole concept with it. Success, building the home for it. My brother, you build up your discipline, your character, not being able to establish rules and then follow them. You see what I'm saying? You come in contact with success, you're not there. Again, there's two types of people. I think there's people who waste their whole life chasing success, and then there's the people who get it because they spent their whole life building for it. They were saying, I'm building this place of success. I'm gonna do this so when I run into the opportunity. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't feel me. Nah, you know why? That's your long term. At least as far as this house goal goes. You know that? Because guess what? Some of you might not be able to afford a home right now. You may not be able to be in certain financial situations. That's fine. Tell me you're not building a place for it right now. That's the whole story of Richest Man in Babylon, was the idea you get the coins in your pocket and then you run into opportunity. So that way, if success ever did come along, would you have a place for it? Most of you should be able to say yes. Opportunity came my way tomorrow, I should have something to react to it with and take it back. Oh, and I learned some rules. I learned rules on not moving the money. I learned rules on investing, saving. Oh, I've built this in my character to think ahead for the future. Again, you're building a home for success. Not just some one-off thing, not a temporary visit, a home. So, Chad, I think you could add this to the list. Kill desperation, you get lucky. You want success? Do not chase it. Build a home for it. Success just wants a good place to stay. The minute it finds a good place to stay, it's like, ooh, I like it here. It's going to chill. It will not be fleeting, not be here today, gone tomorrow. And it's way easier to focus your efforts on it. Right? If I told you chase the wind, you'd be like, what do you mean chase the wind? Exactly. So if I said go build a house, even if you didn't know how to build a house, you're like, well, shit, I'm going to start learning about a hammer. I'm going to figure out where to get some wood. You could build way better with less experience than you ever could chasing the wind. So Chad Adonia, on that note, I'm going to give you the last one. And this one now, it's so random. Like I told you, I don't even know who this guy is. I just saw it. Probably this thing, I don't even think it had any views or anything. I listened to it. It came up and I said, wow. I like this. Bayah, B-Y-A-H. Panasonic looks to quadruple AI-related sales with data center batteries. But yeah, this one, man, it just, and I guess, I mean, it's a crazy concept of how can you grow what you already have. I don't know. I'm telling you, he needs to explain it. Yeah, you gotta take a listen. I have no idea who this is. Oh, but
this
it's
is
a
the
good
statement.
one.
You cannot grow in righteousness.
I love it.
You cannot be any more righteous than the righteousness you are when you receive righteousness. You don't receive a level 5 of righteousness and grow that into a level 10. Now, you may grow in your understanding of righteousness, and you should. But the problem with most of us is we believe we were given the seed of righteousness. And then we were to grow that into the tree of righteousness until we became oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord. Right? And that is not the way righteousness works. Righteousness is an imputation, not a process. James has the ability to make $1 million. James can make $1 million because of his gifts and because of his work ethic and because of his things. Now, because of things he knows how to do and things he's willing to do, James can make $1 million. And that's awesome. He can go make $1 million. That'll be a process. But if I give him $1 million, he gets what he wanted without the process. And religion doesn't want you to believe anything works outside of the merit system. That's why the church in the West hates the message of grace. Now, they won't say that because they like to sing Amazing Grace, but it's not, their version's not all that amazing. Right? Why does the church in the West hate the message of grace? Because grace is unmerited favor, and you cannot in the Western world actually believe you could get anything independent of your own effort. So we've taken the message of self-effort, we've married it with the message of righteousness, and we've said, sure, you're the righteousness of God in Christ, now engage in the process. And I'm going to flip it around tonight. And I'm going to make the pinnacle the foundation. Complete wholeness is not where you're headed, it's where you start. When I said this, I saw Johnson Dorn was in the room in Covington the first time I said this. He had a physical manifestation hit him. He said, stuff I have prayed about for 30 years just became clear to me. Complete wholeness is ground zero for the regenerated believer in Christ. It's where you and I start. What do you mean? It's just what it says. Even King David, Shadow Books, Inferior Covenant, speaks to us regarding the complete wholeness that comes inside a person when God's powerful declaration of righteousness is heard over our life. Apart from our own works, God's work is enough. Who's giving us that declaration? David, who did not have the same righteousness that you and I have. David, who did not have the same blood sacrifice you and I had, who did not have the same lamb that you and I have, yet he had a greater understanding under an inferior covenant with insufficient blood of the power of what could happen under the blood of an inferior lamb. How much more should you and I be going, I am completely whole tonight? This is the statement.
I love it. I love it. It kind of related to the Jim Rome. Like he was saying with that $1 million. If you gave it to somebody, you may have the ability to make it. Go out and make it. You go through the process. You just hand it to someone. They get the result without going through the process. See, but now this is the thing, though. You want to know what that reminded me of? That reminded me of your brain. That reminded me of what I would tell all of you when I am explaining that the hardware in your head is insane. I think all of you have it. You know why? Because it's already been given to you. Oh, I don't know if they feel me, dog. Do you get it? That completeness, that wholeness, your view, the power you have right now, I don't think you need to go out and gain it. I think you already have it to a certain degree. But think about it, man. That's why. And I don't know if you relate this to the other part we talked about. I was saying this last week too. Oh, I think this will help a lot of y'all. You really want to know how to think? Eliminate the fear of punishment. Eliminate the fear of reward. You want to control those expectations? That right there. But think about it. There's no punishment. There's no reward. You already have it. Are you following? You're not going to grow anything more. That's the thing. Go do something good tomorrow. You're not growing your righteousness. Do something bad tomorrow. You're not losing your righteousness. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy. Even with your brain, my guy, go do something tomorrow. I don't think your brain doesn't become any more powerful than it is today. And vice versa. If you don't use it, it's not like you're losing the power as much as you are just simply not using it. You are not using what you already have. So from your brain to your righteousness, my friends, I want you to know the tank is already full. It's not going to go down and it's not going to go up. It's just a matter of how you utilize, if you are going to utilize it. Complete wholeness is not where you are headed. It is where you start. Your destiny is where you are headed. You didn't start at the beginning of your destiny, but you did start with everything you needed to get there. Oh. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Streamlabs. Oh, they're still playing this WWDC. They should bring Stone Cold Steve Austin. What happened to WWF, bro? Call, baby.
If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist, the things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic and a fuel. Would you want it on your team or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. Go, baby.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they edit for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating now, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lion to a sheep is how easy to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking you speaking of what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already hit the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landed hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worth is when treated as a god. Cold. Throw me in the fire and I'm coming back alive. Woo! Amen. Amen. We need one more now. Come on. Come on. Bring it all together.
Kumbaya. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stunts go up, my friend. Stunts go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! I did it, y'all. I did it. Chips are going up still. A little bit NVIDIA, Cerebrus, but Intel's at the high. Apple, yeah, I think the put. I should have took the put after. That's what I said. It reminded me. Usually does. Then the next days, though, are usually good. But day of the event, yeah. Boo, 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 doo, 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 doo. But yeah, Chad, we're back. We're back. What time is it? 11:11. Wow, make a wish. Do you still make a wish, or you said F that? I'm gonna just get a long term. You could do either or. But yeah, Chad, we're back. We're back, my friends. We got an hour 45 on a Monday. Not bad, but like it doesn't look. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, it looks nice. You're like, wow, 2%. But when you pull this out, dude, it's like, wow, we really just like paused in between that like last part of Friday where it kind of dumped. So yeah, and you didn't get much headlines from the morning, at least as far as tech and all that's related. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be chewing on these whatever Apple's announcing. I don't. They announced a lot there. Apparently, they like the Vista glass or whatever they call it. Whatever they say it is. Well, yeah, man, we got a couple of hours left, or a little bit less than 2 hours. A big day, a big week ahead of us. Today started off pretty calm, though. So let's see where this takes us. Yeah, if you have any questions, now's the time. If you want to talk about life. No Reddit. We've given up on Reddit. That's it. They depressed me too much. But now it's good, though. The short kings are winning. I'm very, very proud of my short kings recently. So good for you guys. The Google updates. We had good talk. You guys didn't complain about the lag. I was going to say, you didn't complain about the lag too much. So maybe, but I didn't get much out of my Google negotiations. I just got an additional contact, and we made some progress, but you know, their psychological warfare remains. These guys are bullshit, man. But other than that, less complaints about the lag though today. That's what I did notice. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence or not. But yeah, it was chill though. I came back by Saturday. I only went for a day. I literally left. I got there at like 2 p.m. or like 3 p.m. and then I was back home by like 3 p.m. the next day. Then I chilled. I got to kick it. My dad's leaving the country. My dad's going on a mission trip, so I got to kick it with him. Helped him get ready. Yeah, he's really it's funny. He's very paranoid. He's like with his guns. He doesn't like leaving his guns at home, so he gives me all of his guns. And I'm like, cool. You guys know my dad has a crazier gun collection than I do. Which I think is the funniest shit ever. Because I don't know if you guys know, I don't know if you know the story, bro. It's like when I told you, like, when I was like 18, I wanted a gun right when I turned 18. And then, like, right when I moved to Arizona for, like, school, you were allowed to have guns. And, like, yeah, but, like, my parents were, like, it was so weird. They were like really like anti-gun for the longest time. And then all of a sudden, like one day my dad was like, no, Second Amendment. And I'm like, what? And that's what, again, it was the people at the church, bro. He hung out with the right people at church, bro. They got him buying gold. They got him using guns and everything. And then before I knew, bro, he has everything. He has everything, bro. So yeah, they did. That's why I was like, it's very weird now. It blows my mind. This guy has a crazier collection than I do. Outside of the stock market, how am I? How's the family? Amazing. You know, can't complain. I think it's been very good. I got some more nieces and nephews on the way. Yeah, I may have gotten my girl pregnant. Who knows? But no, I'm kidding. But yeah, man, like, it's good, bro. God is good, dog. I think God is the king, and as long as the Lord, whatever He allows us, man, is it's always a blessing. So I can't complain. But yeah, what about you, man? Everything good? I hope so. And if it's not, you could always make it good. That's it. Or even then, man, there's always a gift in the storm. He's not packing everywhere he goes. No, my dad, no, he is. He is. My dad has a concealed carry. You know that? So yeah, like if you run up on Pops, he will blast you, bro. You have no idea. His big, you know what he, dude, I don't even like it. I went over to their house the other day, and then to like get this, bro, he pulled the fucking gun on me. And I told him, I was like, Dad, don't do that. He's like, I am more trained than you. Okay, buddy? And I'm like, yo, bro, chill the fuck out, dude. But no, yeah, he fully has a concealed carry in California. He's funny. You have no idea. Yeah, you have no idea, bro. He is. He's really, and then he's like, you know what my favorite movie is? Clint Eastwood. He said, what the? I'm like, Dad, stop. I'm like, that's... Even then, I told him, because I was like, he had one, and I was like, it's loaded? I was like, what are you doing? I was like, why don't you just keep one and then you cock it back? He said, no. They could kill you in that 2 seconds. He said, I see Clint Eastwood. I'm like, all right, man. He's next level, bro. You have no idea. I mean, he is from the Middle East, bro. So, like, yeah, I think in a weird way, he's, like, more scarier than I ever would be. Just because he's just like, y'all don't get it. It's the culture, I guess. Mm-hmm. He's not wrong. He's not, but like I guess I think I have too much confidence. I'm pretty quick. The bullshit in LA, the one chick magically got a bunch of mail-in ballots. Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? Who would have thought? What? A bunch of ballots and now they're winning? No. You have seen our weddings, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I would want that. You know that? If you ever, because I don't know. I don't really know what I'd want for a wedding. I haven't dreamt about it. I'm sure my girlfriend has, but yeah, that might be I'll be like, I just want AK-47s. That'd be my contribution to the wedding. I'll be like, can we just have one celebratory, just, and then, you know what I'm saying? And then we just let it fly. Meta, good time to buy. It's going to be hard. I think coming towards the end of the week, I don't know if this is like front running the downside to the court case or not. So, but yeah, I do think the court case is going to give it a drop in pop. Now, just going to be hard in terms of timing. Clint Eastwood. Dumb question, am I a Christian? In the words of Gandhi, I love your Jesus, but I hate your Christians. So, no, I don't think I would say I'm a Christian, but at the same time, no. It's a very weird one. And then, like, too, like, the irony is that, like, if it's not, like, some weird, like, you know, they're mad at me about politics, my second biggest group of haters is devout Christians. I can't make it up, bro. Believe me. It's wild with all the philo and all of that, but yeah. So, but yeah, a kingdom citizen. I think that's the best way to put it. I agree. I am a citizen of the kingdom, and my father is the king, and you are. I'm sure you're a part of it too. You know, everybody's welcome. But amen. Allegedly devout. Allegedly. But that's why, dude, I told you that the other week, bro. I love it. I do, because I'm like, man, I'm just saying, bro, push come to shove, we both die, and then you find out I'm in heaven and you mad, bro, like, you better reconsider all of your beliefs now, because that is something you're going to have to figure out. Because you know that, bro. I'm stoked to see Jesus. I am so excited. But then, and I can't wait to see who's in heaven. I will not be mad if anybody's in heaven. You know that? That's the problem. I'm not gonna be like, oh, fuck, you let Sam Bankman in? Okay, maybe now that I think about it. No, I'd be happy. I'll be like, wow, you repented, whatever you were doing with those cucumbers, huh? All right, fine. I guess the Lord's giving me grace too, Sammy boy. Fuck it. You know, but that might be borderline, okay? If I'm being real, I'd be like, oh. I'd find Paul. I'd be like, yo, Paul, like, how did... I'm like, can you believe this? And then I don't know how Paul would take it. But yeah, that would be my only one, probably. Where I'd be a little bit confused. Even if Weeble is in there. I mean, listen, man. If I get up to heaven and there is a brokerage, I don't even think I want to be there anymore. You know that? I would say, not really. You know what's going to happen? Fucking Vlad's gonna pop out. He's gonna take off. Be like, he's gonna rip off angel wings and be like, "Psych, you're in hell." Ha 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 ha. And then you're like, "What?" You're like, "What? Why'd you think there was a brokerage in here? You fucking idiot." And then now Vlad's gonna be like, "Come on, we gonna trade forever, for eternity, for free." Oh, look, you're up. Nope, just kidding. You're down. Oh, you're up. You can't sell, bitch. You can't sell. You be like, "You want a mortgage? You want a mortgage?" I'll be like, "I'm dead. Why would I need a mortgage? Come on, Oceana Pacific Partners, get a mortgage today." I'm like, "What the fuck is happening?" And so yeah, that'd be a trip. If there's any brokerages in heaven, I'd be distraught. I'd be like, nope. Because I'd know right away. I'd be like, I'm really in hell. I'd be like, this is all just a game. And then that's what would make it worse. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You would either just be weeping or gnashing of teeth. I would weep because I'd be like, oh, I know what this is. I know what this. I'd be like, I should have. I had all the time. Mm-hmm. You wanted look backs? Now you could look back for eternity. I'm like, no, this is not what I meant. Get me out of here. Mm-hmm. Ever watch The Good Place? Oh, isn't that where like it's hell, but then like they think they're in heaven? I think so. A while. It's old, right? I think it's an old show. Oceana Pacific. I don't know if that was their real partner, but it sounded like it. They got like 5 different ones. I think Robin Hood's funny. And then on a random Saturday, they're like, "We're going live. You guys want a mortgage?" It's like, what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Trade weed stocks in hell. Okay, well, listen, man. I know this is like a funny joke, but like, I don't know who needs to hear this. I don't think there's any trading in heaven or hell. Do you guys know that? I didn't. I don't want to. I want to make sure all expectations are set here appropriately. You only get to trade on hell on earth, okay? But heaven or hell elsewhere, I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Maybe I don't. It'd be a trip. It would be a trip, but yeah. So I think some of you is good. You don't have to worry about that. No, nothing happened to Weeble. Or just somebody asked me if Weeble was in heaven. So yeah, there it is. Oh, CPSH. Will there be SoFi and AMC in heaven? Dude, I don't know. You're going to be on Love Island, so we got other things to worry about. That's crazy, bro. It's fun. If you do make it on Love Island, I will watch it, though, okay? I will. I've never seen it. I've only seen random clips, and then I'm like, how do people watch this? But then again, I can't judge too hard because, like, I fully, at one point in my life, I fully was, like, into 90 Day Fiance. But then that's not as, like, ratchet, though. But then at the same time. And then that's the thing. Jar Tizzle, are you going to be ratchet if you go on this reality sex show? Is that bad that I call it a reality sex show? Because that's what I feel like it is, but... I mean, are you gonna are you gonna be good, or are you gonna be like ratchet? Like, you got decisions to make, dog. But then they won't put you on the show though if you're not ratchet. So I don't know. You want me to tell you have you already done the casting? Because I could tell you how to get on the show. You just have to be a really ridiculous human being. That's it. So whatever they ask you, just answer it as ridiculous as possible, and then you have to want attention. And if you could exhibit that, you're going to get on the show. I could almost guarantee it. But then it's like, I don't want you to do that, because then halfway through Ratchet, he'd be like, yeah, Joe, shout out to Josh Atola. He's like, the Josh Atola taught me this one. And I'm like, oh, man. And then if you have to explain what the Josh Atola is on national television, and then not only do you have to explain that, and then I'm like, dog, halfway through hitting on a girl, you bring up the Josh Atola? That was a very risky move. So everything, man, okay? So either way, bro, just I hope it works out for you. But get the long term, bro. Yeah, just get the long term. Mm-hmm. Your brother was on 90 Day Fiancé? Shut the fuck up. Who is your brother? I will probably know him. I used to love that show. I don't know what happened. I just stopped watching it. One of the seasons ended. I think it's because I started living it. And then I got me some 90 Day Fiancé ass from Europe. And then I was like, oh, fuck. Then I was like, is this me? And then anytime she makes me mad, I'm like, I'm going to deport you. You're going back. It's so fucked up because that's how the show operates. It's really bad, bro. It's honestly 90 Day Fiancé is just a show about American imperialism, because that's all it doesn't even matter. Even the fat ladies who go on there, and like they just right away, bro, at the first sign of inconvenience, they're like, oh yeah, well, it's time for you to go back. And then it's like that doesn't, I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it is a healthy relationship. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very entertaining show, though. Eric and Larissa? Hold on. That sounds familiar. So your brother's Eric? Wait, who is Eric? Why does this sound so familiar? Your brother's Eric? Oh shit, bro. Why does it sound, if I'm not, I need to refresh myself. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna watch a clip now.
Hello? Do you know my boyfriend, Eric? Eric was texting to a girl while we were broken up. He was talking bad about me behind my back. Did Eric say something about me?
I don't want to say it because I know it's going to sound really bad.
And it did sound really bad.
Yeah, I don't remember as much. That's awesome. That's so awesome, though. So is the show real? That's my only question. Is it real? Like, are they really like this? No, we can't send to Texas for stream alerts. Off Cuba. Bro, did you see the earthquake in the Philippines yesterday? That was crazy. A damn fucking Jollibee collapsed. It was sad. It was like an 8 point something. And SPY's going up. Again, Tesla's ripping all day. Even 3M. Google, Pinterest. I know, dude, a Jollibee. Honestly, it's not too bad. What a boring day, Chad. On a Monday, I'm kind of disappointed. Mondays, I usually like go crazy. People are like this. Oh, here, I want to show you this guy. Hold on. Because people are weird, but, like, I'm weird. That's why I know people are weird. That's why, like, I don't... At the end of the day, it's just, like... Yeah, just, like, reality TV, I feel like they, you just act a little extra. Hold on, I need to find you this kid, bro. My girl told me about this. This guy is, like... He's, like, the first, like, dumb Swiss person. So, like, there's this kid who went to, he's, like, from Swiss. He's, like, Switzerland. Dog, and it's the craziest thing ever. And he went to Bali, and they had, like, a religious... Let me see if I can find it.
You're being detained.
Yeah, this is it. So this, like, I need to find his name. I need to show you the interview, bro. It's insane. This kid from Switzerland, he's, like, 25 years old. And then he goes to Bali, and they have, like, a holiday. And then he just starts, like, clowning on this religious holiday. And then they put him in jail. And then they give him an opportunity to apologize. And then he just says the dumbest shit. But this one's not even, like, reality TV, bro. Yeah, like, it's crazy. Here, let me show you it. I need to find it. Where is it?
You're being detained. Can you let them know?
No.
This guy.
You cannot let them know.
This is the
I
senator.
will not sleep in my hotel tonight.
I don't think so. You're gonna sleep in the police station tonight.
A Swiss tourist posted one Instagram. The Balinese came back.
Full interview.
And you're challenging us.
It's my planet Earth, you know.
Stop. He was taken somewhere else to a Bali senator. He was brought in and confronted.
You're provoking us. And you're challenging us.
It's my planet Earth, you know. True, like it's.
So then come, yeah, your planet Earth, but Bali is not your home. Bali is
No,
not your
bro,
place that give you a room in your hotel
His
that you
responses
pay
are
by
insane.
night. But Bali is not a home. Definitely, when you say that you think this is not unfair, I make sure that you will never come to this country ever again. I make sure of that because you will never accept. Because we will never accept that we have this one day in a year that we need to be quiet.
No, I can accept, of course. Yeah.
So you better let them know, okay? You're being detained. Can you let them know?
No.
You cannot let them know.
I will not sleep in my hotel tonight.
I don't think so. You're gonna sleep in the police station tonight.
At that moment, this was no longer a mistake. It was a case. The next morning, a formal police report was filed. That same day, he was named a suspect and taken into custody. That night, he was placed in...
I need the full interview. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen. Because then he even brought up something with, like, Afghanistan. He's like, I wouldn't go to Afghanistan and, like, beat women just because that's the law. Dude, like, he just kept saying the dumbest shit over and over. And all the ladies said, they were like, just apologize and we'll send you home. And he really made it an effort to get arrested and thrown in prison for 5 years. No, I need to find him. My girl showed me the full interview, and then, but that's what I was like, is this a real person? I was like, it was actually very impressive. No, because he was hella serious. Like, he was hella serious. There's like a compilation too, and he was like posting stories, trying to fight the locals in Bali. It was great. I guess it does remind me of the Unban form. Like, I'm not gonna apologize. Well, I didn't get banned for anything. Apple share offering? No, Apple doesn't. Apple has a fuck ton of cash. Don't forget. And Apple raised money a while ago, but yeah, they don't. You know, people like their bonds. I think Apple's corporate bonds are low-key better than a government bond. Depending on how you look at it. But no, I don't think they would do that. E-dubs. And Apple on the low. Womp, womp, womp. Apple announces AI beta launch this year. Home app intelligence for camera clip analysis and photorealistic image generation, including personal photo library integration. Oh, wait, are we going to hear from Trump today? I didn't even think about that. He's been awfully quiet. Trumperito. Where are you, Donald? Donald Joseph Trump. Netgear on the high. Any other software? No, nothing. What bonds do I like? What do you mean? Like corporate bonds to like buy? I mean, I haven't bought a corporate bond in a minute, actually. I think I've only bought a corporate bond maybe once or twice in my life. If anything, the latest bond I bought was the Treasuries in 2022 or 2023. Whenever that first time they were at like 6 or 7 or whatever. That was a good time. Do offerings change companies' EPSs? If it actually like hits the flow, yes. And like that outstanding shares. Because sometimes too, don't forget, like sometimes it's they'll do these offerings, but then it just gets absorbed from both buybacks mixed in with insider selling. That's like even especially with buybacks, like a lot of the buybacks are just buying back the shares that would have been dumped from executives. So if there's like a net overhang, so if they do an offering and then buybacks won't cover it or anything else, then yeah, it'll change the EPS. But a lot of times it just depends on, you know, what they have, both buyback authorization and everything else. And too, if they sell them right off the jump, I mean, that again, it might and not like only off the jump, but like if it's preferred equity and kind of if depending on what it converts to, because a lot of the bonds are like convertible. It'll be a bond that will convert to equity. So if that's the case, it will not affect the share structure until it actually converts. What's that sound? Which one? What sound? SPY came down a little, but my goodness, dude. Today has been so chill, but like also so what's it called? So tension filled. You're just chilling. We only got an hour and 20 left. So not bad, my friends. Your bag holding TLT? Yeah, I don't know why. I don't like just buy a bond. That's what I'm saying. If you're trying to, I mean, again, at this point, it just depends how long you've held it for, but at least 88's not too high of a price. Like 88's not bad at all. But that's why I've been telling people, like, I wouldn't really be, like, if you wanted to really buy TLT, just go buy a bond. You would literally be better off. The only way to, you know, we're gonna profit off TLT is once we get a Fed issue, a panic issue, which I look forward to. I just don't know how it's gonna play out or when, but you know, that's one of the things I've been telling people about Kevin Warsh that gets me excited, is that in the next 4 years, he's going to make a mistake. You guys know that, right? I love it. Every time I say this, I make sure everybody is aware of it, because I want people to think about this. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing you got to think about is that it's just not... like, he's not going to be perfect. He's going to make a policy error. Why? I mean, even Jerome Powell, for crying out loud. We hit 2 TLTs. We had 2. That's the thing people forget. We hit a TLT right before COVID. You know, and that was off of kind of the policy getting trapped in a corner. Fed had to make a decision. Again, even the 2018, the liquidity, the repo crisis, you could argue that was a Fed failure as well too. But yeah, so like 4 years, new guy, market's already insane. I mean, there is a very high likelihood that you're not going to watch Kevin Warsh leave without him making an error somewhere. But that error is going to open up the door for one of those bigger bond plays. But till then, I would not be really touching TLT. And that's what I'm saying, like the whole idea of like go long on TLT, you'll make more money if you just buy a bond. Because if you bought the bond, you don't pay a fee, you get paid. And then if there's an instant repricing of bonds, you'll benefit. You could sell out of it with that gain. So yeah, but TLT is kind of just you're paying, you get less yields, and then it just doesn't do much. But it's not the worst. I mean, I've seen worse plays than just bag holding TLT, but like I'm telling you, for a lot of people who want the big rip and all of that, you know, you gotta remix it a little bit. Antonio, you're fully amazing. Now welcome. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, you blessed Antonio. Now you're full amazing. Oh, Antonio half amazing. Oh, Delirium. I hope I said your name right. Red. I thought we would have had a little more drama. Again, usually markets are green after Fridays like that, but how pinned it is what has me disgusted. We're just in this second. Remember, big gap down, sold off most of the day, and then you just had end of the day little sell. But yeah, we're stuck in that little range. So unfortunately, even though there was like bigger bounces, it's not really indicative of anything. Soon. Back in the box. For what? For the SPY? I mean, this is gonna be its own little box, but it just depends on the dollar. I think we're doing a lot of last year just in bigger fashion. Even this run up is a lot bigger. But yeah, well, I mean, depending on where that dollar ends this week, or even by the end of next week in Warsh, we'll have a better idea. But higher dollar, more likelihood the rally stops. Lower dollar, the rally will continue. Unch on the high. Well, unch. Well, Netflix didn't do much last week, but it's not too much today. It did move up, but like that was just kind of stabilizing. You still got like now one. I didn't think it'd get close to that gap, but yeah, you got one more gap to fill still, unfortunately. Yeah, UNH and healthcare. Apple at the low. It's kind of crazy. Market's doing pretty good with considering Apple. Apple's not so hot. Trump and the market. Where is Donald? Chips rebounded. That's about it. But like they're still down. And that's what a lot. The leadership today, the rotation. You didn't really see it today. Was just like kind of no one said it's not even a dead cat bounce because it didn't even bounce that hard. It just kind of, some things got back a little bit of Friday. I mean, some way better than others, but you don't really have like a clear leader on today. There's no clear rotation. There's no clear one. The money kind of retreated over the Friday, but it's like, yeah, you're not watching the same rotate everything around. It's if anything, you probably had more people buying puts again. Yeah, CPSH keeps coming up. And then UNH. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Wow, unch. Is the WDC over? I got the... Yeah, I think it is. Thanks for tuning in. The best play if Warsh is too aggressive with cuts? Well, it'll be playing the hype created from the cuts first, and then probably shorting bonds and anything tied to that, and anything that would get clapped off of financial conditions being forcefully and strongly tightened by the government or by the Fed. INHD. There was like 2 or 3. There's like NPT, INHD. There's another one. There's a couple things going back up, but just not. I mean, healthcare, that one kind of went. But yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's just been a little bit. It's a little weird. The rotation leadership change is just not as clear as it was from last week. Last week we'd sell off. You obviously know where the money was going. Today, it's just like 50-50. Half of the industries will go up, the other half wouldn't. But even some of these bounces, they just put us back into a weird level that was in the middle of kind of where we sold from. 6.4 earthquake rocks western Cuba, sends tremors into South Florida. Wow, no way. WWDC was kind of lukewarm. No big partners, no big benchmarks. The AI, it always does. It always sells the news on these, low key. I think wait till tomorrow. So sometimes the next like 24, 48 hours on Apple, that usually hits it after these events, to be honest. But like the day of, it has sold many, many times. I think there's a stat on it, on how the stock performs after. So I think a lot of times it sells off on day of.
Licensing examination. Approximately 15% of content across the examination sequence will assess nutrition and the clinical application using evidence-based standards. The National Board of Osteopathic Medical Examiners has made a similar strong and impactful commitment on its testing of osteopathic students.
I'm not mad at you, okay? I love you. I'm not playing this as a punishment. I'm just saying.
Students learn what physicians master, what licensing boards assess, and ultimately how patients receive care. Education drives practice, practice drives outcomes, and outcomes determine the health of a nation. That's why today's commitments represent one of the most important course corrections in modern American medicine. Our next big announcement is of equal importance. 19 additional medical schools have signed the Trump administration's nutrition education pledge, committing to provide at least 40 hours of nutrition education or an equivalent for every future physician they train starting this autumn. On these commitments, 73 medical schools across the country have now joined the pledge. That's not a symbolic achievement. It is a structural change. The first 54 schools joined after months of engagement and planning by Dr. Travis Smith and Sam Waters and others. The 19 schools joining us today came forward on their own. They saw the urgency of the nation's disease burden. They saw the leadership of their peers, and they chose to act. I commend them for their leadership. But we're not stopping there. To accelerate this work, HHS just launched a $2.1 million NIH challenge to identify, reward, and to scale the most effective approaches for integrating nutrition into medical and nursing school education. Whether these solutions come through courses or workshops, teaching kitchens, coaching programs, seminar series, or entirely new models, we will find them, we'll support them, and we'll share them with everyone else. NIH will also make winning curricula publicly available so that institutions across the country can adopt what works. This is the first phase of a $5 million initiative led by Director of NIH, Jay Bhattacharya. and the director of Office Nutrition, the Office of Nutrition Research, Dr. Drew Bremer. To understand why these announcements matter, consider the scale of the problem we face. Today, 90% of healthcare spending goes toward treating chronic disease. We calculated recently that if you include the VA and the Pentagon and the Social Security Office and my agency, we spend today about 48 cents out of every federal dollar that Americans pay in taxes now goes to healthcare, and 90% of that goes to chronic disease, most of which are linked to our food. More than 70% of American adults are overweight or obese. 1/3 of teenagers have diabetes or prediabetes, 38%. And this is not only a public health challenge, it's a national security issue. About 77% of American children can now no longer qualify for military service. And that's something that should get everybody's attention. And these numbers make one thing clear: we cannot solve the chronic disease burden without addressing nutrition. And that's why the commitment announced today are so important.
Thank you, RFK. My bad. Well, 7 minutes till power hour, Chattatonia. 7 minutes till power hour. Chattadonia. Chattadoon. Dude, it's been chill, man. Well, happy Monday. Pepsi might get cheaper. Pepsi, remember, we have until the midterms. So, you know, there's already a couple industries. Some are coming back down. And, you know, I guess when I was saying, you know, the midterms, like 2 weeks ago, everything at all-time highs, you know, people are like, no! But, like, all it takes is one set of volatility. So we are going to, you know, I think we're still going to have opportunities by the end of the year. You know, I mean, let me put it this way. Stocks do not stop moving. So the prices are going to, things are either going to be a lot lower or a lot higher. But I do think at least ahead of midterms, there should be at least one industry or one set of names. I mean, if we already have like 100 now, I think there's going to be a lot that are still down. That's why I saved some cash, although I like Kimberly a lot and I wanted to stack up. Even though that 5% yield was very, very enticing, it's still, you know, I wanted to have a little bit of cash still and still keep waiting and building so that we have money ahead of it. But like I said, so just keep this in mind, because I was explaining this. I was even explaining the midterm money glitch to my what's it called? I was watching, or I was looking at it in relation to just using and deploying cash. But I was telling my homie, I said, come October, bro, I'm using all my money. So it's like, you know, if I get a good deal now, I'll take it. But, you know, by the time October comes around, October, November, I am going to deploy. I'm going all in on all the cash I have. Whatever is left, we're going to buy something. So it's pretty much now until October, November. That's going to be the last call pretty much. So, yeah, that's how I view it. But then again, that's you need 6 more months. You need 6 more months. Or is it 5 more months? 4 more months till October, 5 more months till November. So yeah, but it has gone by. I was saying this since like March, February. So, you know, we've got to burn some time already. Cart, that was running in the morning. It's going again. The war's already over. I'ma buy long term in October. Pretty much. And that's what I'm saying. They were talking October in the Fed. It was weird that Donald Trump mentioned October and Kevin Warsh, which I did think was quite fascinating. government gives people 50% off sweet greens to help with nutrition. It's good, man. You should run for public office. Be like, my plan is to give everybody 50% off of sweet greens. That way we could all get hot Chipotle honey chicken and eat tasty and healthy at the same time. Thank you. It should have dropped, unfortunately, no. So now Kimberly is just going to respond to any individual news in the rest of the market, but I thought it was going to go lower after XDivvy, but we've already kind of passed that. It just, the day it should have dropped was the day you had a massive Staples rotation because of everything going on. What do they think Powell's doing in his retirement? Powell's not retired. That's what sucks. Powell is still on the Fed board. So, you know, like I've heard people, that's what's terrible. Because like people have brought up ideas. They're like, oh, what if Kevin does this? Or what if this happens? But it's just like, at the end of the day, Jerome Powell is still on board. So, and that is so odd and awkward in many, many ways. That's why even people are like, why would the Fed be hawkish? It's like, because Jerome Powell's still on the board. But yeah, I don't know why. That's one of the weirdest parts. Not only is like Kevin Warsh, I still don't know if I like the guy. I mean, we're going to find out in about another week. But yeah, it's very odd. But you have Jerome Powell still. That, again, the last time that happened was like World War II, I believe. So it's not too often that you have the former Fed chair still kind of exerting influence, whether he says he is or not. But as somebody who kind of talks about Fed independence and mission creep and all these other things, you would think he would be a little bit more aware of that. But yeah, I've given up on Powell. You know, I respected what he does. I think he had a pretty good tenure, but his last like 18 months have been terrible. And like, I just hate it because then when I have to explain it, people are like, why don't you like him? And I'm like, listen, man, if you like the guy and you think Powell just like, listen, if you ain't going to hold him accountable for anything he does, that's fine. Like, you don't have to throw him in jail for the renovations. I don't think he deserves that. But at the same time, to like, Powell is just objectively ripping apart precedent. He always has, and I don't know. Just gives me major boomer vibes. You know, that's it. He got the job, didn't follow anyone's rules, fucked it up, and then now he won't even leave. Like, does that not sound like a boomer? Like, you know what I'm saying? Something like, I don't know. That's just how I view it. And then too long didn't read on Adia is that the chips can't be physically smaller. So in the Nexus stack them and they have the patents for it. So stacking chips? Dia. It looks like a photonic stock, like the price action. Could he be on the board, create a divide? Yeah. I guess, I don't know. I'm pretty good at analogies, so I don't know if this is a good analogy. It would be like getting married, right? Like, let's say you get married, the love of your life, and then right after the wedding, you guys come back from the honeymoon, and then your parents move into the house with you. Would that be, how would you feel about that? That's what Jerome, and then they're like, don't worry, we won't get in the way. Oh, don't worry, we have no influence on. I'm like, this is weird. That's what Powell reminds me of. It's like getting married, and then Powell's like, I'm moving in with you. I'm like, why? He's like, just into Fed independence, marriage independence. He's like, don't worry, I'm not gonna get in the way. I'm not gonna tell y'all how to live. I'm like, what do you mean? What? This makes no. But then again, no, not even, bro. It would be like, here, let me give you a better example. It would be like getting married to a girl, and then her ex-boyfriend moves into your home after getting married. Would you be down with that? Because I'm not, and that's why I think Powell should leave. So I rest my case. Thank you. If Trump would have never launched the investigation, Powell would have stepped away. I don't believe it. Somebody who would have stepped away would have stepped away, just like every other Fed chair since World War II. I don't think Powell would have. So that's why maybe it's tinfoil, and Trump really likes Powell to keep him in there. But at the end of the day, I don't. That's Powell. That's what I'm saying. He gives me boomer vibes. I don't think he would have left for anything. I legitimately think he would have never left. He's not leaving. That's what I'm saying. Like, unfortunately, my evidence is that this guy is not leaving. He's actually refusing to give up power, which is quite fascinating if you think about it. Zelensky spoke on the phone with Trump, Witkoff, and Kushner. Barack? Ravid reporting on Ukraine now? It is. Powell did. That's what he did. He said, I'm not fucking leaving. He literally did that scene. 100%. So I'm like, all right, kind of respect it, but yeah. Iran officials tell CNN Tehran has no objection to talking with U.S., but demands a change in American behavior. Pow, pow. Zelensky, yeah, holds call with Witkoff and Kushner. Again, weren't they saying last week? They were saying the Russia-Ukraine war can escalate. I think that was a surprising one. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. I'm just a loyal voter. If I was Powell, I would have stayed too. I heard you could trade municipal bonds. I do. Like, do you hear it when it's explained? They're like, yeah, but like, if he stays on board, wouldn't it give him a unnormal amount of protection and power that no normal citizen would have? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, no. He's only staying on so that he could have more power than the normal people. It's so odd to me, all of it. I don't know if I could handle any more Powell. It's going to be fun, though. I mean, I can't wait to see what actually happens. It's not, like I said, it's not, since World War II, we haven't seen anything like this. So, yeah, we're going to get to, we're going to see what the impact is. I know, and then we'll get to see what Warsh does. I still don't trust the Warsh, though. I don't know what the hell he's going to do. That's why I'm excited for next week. Even this week, too. We're going to get our CPI, and then we see what happens with Wash. So it could be very excited. But yeah, Warsh is also, I don't know. I mean, I've heard the scapegoat theories. There's a lot of theories. PN. We get another small cap. There's so many of these that are up like 150% today. A lot of small caps, which is good for momentum if you think about it. We just need this all to hold up. So yeah, but other than that, everything else not like small, super small cap momentum. Been in a very weird spot. Well, we got 52 minutes remaining, Chatadonia. 52 minutes remaining. Oil got worse. Literally, bro. Everything just stayed chilled. At least Intel went up. Intel is up 12% today. So again, you have random pockets. Let's get a checkup actually. Before we depart here on the day. See how it held up. Dow Jones, 18 in the red, 12 in the green. So that actually got worse from the morning. NASDAQ, 54 green, 47 red. It was like 30 was the best at one point. But yeah. Still about 50-50, and then 294 in the red, 206 in the green on the SPY. Very slow. All the it's just like you just got a bunch of like Israel war headlines, but nothing that moved oil. It didn't even get oil to climb up at all. And then the WWDC, and then that was it. For a Monday, very slow. I'm telling you, bro. Usually Mondays are fucking exciting. Usually Mondays, and then after a 4% down day, but like I was showing you, usually the Mondays after a big Friday drop, like you go up, but headlines, everything was very, very calm and chill. Did I say buy more Intel? See, sometimes I wish I had I might turn my camera on. You know that? Do you know what I did? I just stared at the screen. And I tilted my head. And I just kept staring. That would be my face reaction. If you ever saw me, I would look into your soul. You know that? I would just stare at you. Until it got very uncomfortable. And you know what I was thinking the whole time? I was like, where does he park his car? I wonder what kind of car he drives. And I wonder if it's parked outside right now. That's all I was thinking of while looking. And no, I don't twitch. I just death lock. With eye contact. Well, new low of the day. I mean, are we about to go? Dow went negative. SPY's only up by 0.3. Russell is up by 0.8. And then the NASDAQ is up by 1.5. Which is crazy considering this was a day where fucking Korea got halted. I'm just a loyal voter. The rally's already over. Might be, man. I mean, again, we did 2 crazy months, man. So April and May were, just remember, it's not too. So that was the other fun fact. So like I showed you, this was the one I was talking about earlier. Is that like after a Friday, a big sell-off on Friday with the VIX not up, usually the Monday always is green. But then here's the other fun fact. Anytime you have had a 2-month return higher than like 15 or 18%, which we already had, 100% of the time you have been higher 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months later. You guys, isn't that crazy? So that's the other fun fact. There's too many of these starting to hit, though. Like I'm telling you, 2-3 years in a row of double-digit gains, and then now, if you ever go double digits 2 months in a row, I mean, it's usually always green. Like literally, there's not too many things with 100% success rate. The other day I was talking, they said, "Josh, you're full of shit." Hello. So yeah, fascinating. My favorite water stocks, I know they're high, but I want exposure. I'm not going to tell you. You go find them. I say, you're like, Josh, I know you don't like drugs, but what's your favorite strain of marijuana? Hey, yo, Josh, I know you don't like strip clubs, but can you point me to the nearest strip club? So, you know what I'm saying? I listen. You know my answer. Like I said, I like water stocks in general. But they are all high. I can't really, I don't think there'd be a good discussion telling you to buy them at the high. So just go look them up. Go, you could take a look at like water utilities and just go from there. Everything just started dropping for no reason. Today's been very slow news-wise. I am. I forgot to send out the long-term text message last time. But if you followed me on Instagram or YouTube, you should have got it in a timely manner. But yeah, I did forget. Apple doesn't use model that Google deploys to users. Oh. Again, these small caps are going. SPY near the low. A couple of other random small names are popping. I think healthcare is still up. Yeah. Everything else rotation-wise is kind of down, dude. Staples, financials, they're not really doing much. Based on the graph, we hit our midterm low in March. That's what we were saying after March pretty much, is that it's a possibility. So you never know. Like I'm saying, I mean, the whole idea is that midterm years are usually terrible for capital appreciation. And, you know, the indexes went up and then a lot of tech and then everything else pretty much is still at their low. But generally, after hitting a low of the year already, you can assume that was the low of the ahead of the midterms. But it doesn't, I mean, again, we might go lower. That happened on, was it 06, 07? You were one of those like earlier midterms, you ripped up and then you came right back above the low right before midterms and then it took off. But there is a possibility that we did hit the low. But if we didn't, then yeah, I'd head on a swivel. And then other than that, I still do believe coming October, November, I still think there will be some industries at the low if the whole market's not there. But for the most part, you did hit a low of, again, we were down, what, 10, 15% at one point this year? So that's where it kind of, we did get that opportunity. That's what I even said on the videos when we bought Oracle, because I said, okay, with the midterms coming up, although it was early, we don't know if that was going to be it. I wanted to make sure we grabbed a little bit of software because that was our first real big decline on anything ahead of it. Apple says they will use none of Google. Oh, is that what they meant by that? I mean, Google hasn't really reacted. Again, SPY just hit a low. We might go red. We shouldn't, but the Dow's already in the red. Technically, the SPY should close somewhat green, or you'll break one of those little fun fact trends. Intuit next. I like Intuit. It looks good. That's why I'm just patient. So I'm saying we don't know if the market's going to come back down. We don't know what other industries. But yeah, Intuit's at least hit new prices. But then again, I still don't have a lot of cash, especially after adding a little Kimberly. So I'm still making sure. Got the money working, got it building, but then still not too much to do nothing. That's crazy. We still do have this SpaceX IPO. I know. That's the other part about this week. I keep forgetting, but it is its own little event. NVIDIA coming down a little bit. All right, 42 minutes remaining. Panicans have no composure. It's a good song, bro. It's a good song. All right, man. Well, SPY's still working its way down. I mean, you got like a couple of healthcare names. It's crazy. I mean, I guess more than 50% is down, but yeah, you got like certain little things that were already moving all day, but everything else, it's kind of just starting to edge down now. There's only one bad part about Intuit, like financially, is again it's still a software play. So I think it's because they're just asset light, to be honest. Like again, that's kind of how what's it called is Oracle. But like I see, if you watched my model with Oracle, I'm assuming that what people are considering or not assets are. That's why I think down the line, Oracle's balance sheet will be, what's looked at as not an asset, like these data centers. I think it's gonna change their whole entire balance sheet. But I don't know if Intuit has that same ability. But there's one fundamental part on Intuit that's just not, men's not hot. Well, yeah, you can lose up to half of your money on SpaceX. Like I said, we're going to be here the day it comes out. I'll be doing the criteria. Again, if it plays out like Rivian, you'll be able to make money day one. If it plays out like the other ones, it's not going to be good. Damn, Intuit's trading at 5 times price to sales. That's nothing. They still got a crazy price to book value. So yeah, their price to tangible book value is 57, and then price to book value is 5.7, which is still very high compared to like Benjamin Graham would tell you these are disgusting, but all things considered, I don't think it's that bad. Where was it though? The form? It's on Stream Alerts? Is that what you're talking about? Intimate? What do you mean, what? What are you doing? What are you doing to your QuickBooks? Hold on, I'm not following. Apple partners with Google and NVIDIA to bring private cloud computing to Google Cloud. See, this is what I was saying. Like, you're going to wake up to a lot of the Apple reaction. So think Apple for delayed reaction tomorrow. I wonder if I could pull up that data, actually. No. The Stream Alerts is the first link. I think it's on the mainstream. Mondays are the new Fridays. Well, we'll remember Friday was ugly. We shouldn't go red today. I mean, we only have about a little bit more than 30 minutes. But yeah, SPY is about to. The lowest SPY close was 0.03 after a big Friday. But the Dow's already gone red. NASDAQ may not go green, though. NASDAQ's at 1.4. But SPY might go red. Into it. Intuit loves to do nothing for a long time, and then it pops. Netflix. I'm just waiting for Netflix to act like the lagger it should, but I'm not into it for the long term. Someone asked me about that today. Again, we have Netflix at a really low price, but what I would be looking for is the I would be waiting for just I wouldn't add it to the long term until all of these value names disappear. The part they're buying back 10% of their shares, that doesn't matter. I mean, it helps a little bit, but if it's all just stock-based comp, it doesn't do anything. I mean, ask Adobe. Just remember that the last like 3 quarters, Adobe has been buying up all of their shares, and that still knocked it off another 50%. So in the long run, yeah, it may help out to a certain degree, but yeah, it's not there's just because, again, if I'm like, wow, should I buy this? They're buying back stock. It's not necessarily the answer. And then again, you're living through the first time in over a decade where buybacks are number 2 to investing in AI, which again, we finally have somebody to do that, or have a reason to use free cash flow. If you signed up for alerts, when do we get them? It says if you don't receive alerts in 48 hours, you send an email. But if you signed up for the stream alerts right away, usually, or within a couple of minutes or an hour, you should receive an email confirming, and you need to respond to that email. So if you did not respond to the confirmation email and you did not fill out the form with all of your info, we cannot add you. So I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you signed up for stream alerts, I would check if you have a confirmation email that you need to respond to, and then also make sure you fill out the form so that we have all of your info up to date. You're worried about Meta. I invested all. Okay. That happens. That happens. Dude, Apple 317 to 302. How much cash does Intuit have? Pa-da-pop-pop-pop. Oh wow, $4.5 billion. These guys have a lot of cash. Let's see their use of cash. Jeez. Oh, it's not as much, but actually it is. Huh? Oh, what the fuck? Has no one talked about this? Why is their interest expense so high? I didn't know this. They've been repaying a lot of debt. I guess they have a lot of debt. But yeah. Dude, their interest expense has been going up substantially. So yeah, they spend $280 million a year in interest. But literally 3 years ago, 4 years ago, that was like 67 or 30 million. Well, that's I don't think that's too bad of an idea. You might wake up again, assuming all things are good, and we don't have like a bad day or anything waking up to. I do kind of like the Apple digestion place. XRP. A space where the members can chat during the off hours. Maybe, but I'm under the impression that hurts more than it helps. Like I think focusing throughout the day goes a long way, but I feel like you get better ideas when you leave and come back. Something about the something about the freshness and not focused on it. And then again, I mean, good ideas are good, but nothing is worse than bad ideas. So if that ends up happening after hours, it might backfire. HAE. Hi. Harmonetics. CVGI, is this another small cap runner? Mike, this one is not up 80% yet. You got stream alerts and you haven't received one? No, the website says 404. Well, shoot an email. If you actually did, though, like I'm saying, somebody sent about like 15 emails and they're like, I'm on stream alerts. I haven't received anything, and then they weren't on it. But yeah, like I said, it's just super simple though. Like it says, if you don't get an alert within 48 hours, reach out. Once you sign up, I mean, there's a confirmation process and we need your info. So it should be a simple process, nothing. And if it ever goes past a day or two, you are instructed to contact. You'll wait till tomorrow. Well, if it's been a while, I would do that right away, brother. Please. Otherwise, you will get banned from stream alerts for life. That's why some of you, if you become a kind of a nuisance on there, we're not going to offer it to you. It's just like, this should be an easy process. That's why I said it's for advanced people. Follow instructions, pay attention. Should be super easy. But if it's not, and if it's falling outside of a certain scope, like again, you are agreeing to this stuff. That's why it's like, don't delay, please. I'd get it figured out earlier than not. But if you wait a month and you're like, oh, I didn't get anything, it doesn't really add up. I would love Waste Management. They came down a decent. Remember somebody asked me, what was the one like RVSP or something? So yeah, those are good. RSG, yeah. Biggest volume. The premiums on UNH won't move, though. That's what sucks. It went up another 2%. They were jumping a little bit more on Friday. Reply to confirmation email, yes, and fill out the form too. So again, if we don't fill out the form, we don't have your phone number, but then we will not even add you without the confirmation being filled out. I have looked into Copart. I mean, I just like the website Copart, to be honest. But I haven't seen how their stock is done. But yeah, I'm surprised it's actually doing this bad. No way. I think Copart's an interesting company. I've never bought anything off of Copart, though. Yeah, Trump has been very quiet today. All the headlines are about him and Netanyahu, and then this, again, those little statements that they put out this morning saying the war's close to being over again. In the money medical buyer. Must be news after the. Well, remember, we have the one thing coming up. You have the what's it called? You have the court case coming up where, again, the bullish case is they only get a slap on the wrist, and then two, the denial. Again, I don't think I'm pretty sure they denied the what's it called? I'm pretty sure that they denied the issuing the money, but that didn't really have that reaction. Was it the 585s? There's a lot of volume on a lot of these calls, though. I'm just a loyal voter. NVIDIA's CEO declines Warren's invitation to testify this week. Jensen just swonged Elizabeth. Dude, I saw a video of Jensen. I think it was in Korea or the Taiwan, and like some guy in the crowd gave Jensen his wallet to like sign the wallet. And then Jensen took the guy's wallet and then took the money out and just started handing it to all of the girls. I was laughing. I was like, Jensen, oh, I need to show you the other picture. Oh, it's on my phone, bro. Bro, have you seen Jensen from back in the day? Y'all don't fear. Hold on. Oh, it's on my phone. I don't know if I can find it on the computer. Yeah, bro. Look at this. Y'all don't feel, bro. This is why I'm telling y'all. Y'all gotta become something, and y'all don't realize how much aura you're gonna get in the future. Okay? You want to know why? I don't think you're ready for this. This was Jensen like 20 years ago. Look at that. Yeah, y'all don't feel me. Look at Jensen 20 years ago. This is him now, son. Do you not see it? Bro, look, he looked like a used car salesman. He got no swag. Are you kidding me, bro? That's Jensen, bro. The GE4 6800. That's Jensen, bro. That's before he knew how to agree with everybody. That's before he figured out what a fucking croc jacket was. Everything, bro. You look at this, bro. Isn't that crazy? That's some of you right now. That's gonna be you. You'll be like, this was me. I just got my first long term and I bought my first rental property. And then, bro, I'm telling you, 10, 20 years from now, you'll be like, what? Which rental property? What do you mean? Why would I ever sell the long term? Like, it's gonna be a big difference. You see what I'm saying? You're like, wow, I'm so happy to be here. I look forward to the opportunity. You'll be like, did I wake up a loser? You think I fucking woke up a loser? Is that what you think? You think the long-term got here by waking up as a loser? No. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. They don't feel. So yeah, bro. That's why. Don't ever be afraid of a little cringe. Don't ever be afraid of. Do not despise the days of small beginnings. Y'all don't feel. It's not over, bro. Nah, you got time. Look at that. He's for real. I swear. The first picture looked like he cut his own hair. Now he's like, I'll buy the barber shop. That's it. Can I pay you guys in shares? Jensen says he'd be happy to host Warren to talk. He said, well, how about you come over here and we'll discuss. Trump submits Senate nomination of Todd Blanche to serve as Attorney General. The war's already over. Everyone's talking market rally, bro. All these headlines.
Have you thinking about where we are
rally,
and whatever sort of shakeout
rally.
that was?
You know, I think it took a little bit of the overbought characteristic off the market, which all else equal is healthy, but it does show you that even absent some very pointed catalyst, and you did have last week in the case of what Broadcom announced, you can get some of these rotations, and sometimes they happen sort of across the market. Sometimes they happen within sectors like technology. And you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this.
It got pretty bad there at the end.
The rotational nature of the market and how you've got to look below the surface of the indexes is something that's likely to persist. I think that's sort of one of the momentum trades is actually rotation.
I don't know, that's what I'm saying. I keep reading every headline and a lot of rally, market rally, but I'm like, it seems so, this is so like, just bleh. The war's already over. Even if it goes to October. Oh, we could work with those. What? It's getting hot in here. So long term, all your stocks. I am getting so hot. I'm in the long-term stars with a little bit of 10 and a little bit of save. I hold. Now I like it when you hold. So tell me what to play. No, I'm sorry. Oh, these don't have a lot of time. That's why they're so cheap. Got it. Let me try one more. Please hold while we connect your play. Okay, I got two. I got one good quality one bad quality one. I like it when you long term, so tell me what the long term. No, we'll go with the shitty, man. Because I don't want anything. I don't want to pay more for something, even if it's better, just because I want more clarity on this week. Okay. So not a recommendation. But yeah, I made a small meta play. But yeah, I'm not they're kind of expensive, and like I said, I don't really want to put too much down until we to really have an idea of where this week is going. Yeah, MSGS was moving last week too. You remember being 10 telling your dad about NVIDIA? Bro, I remember when everyone used to call NVIDIA. You know Jensen Huang used to even say NVIDIA? Now everyone's like NVIDIA, but it's NVIDIA. I'm telling you, so the real ones know. Bro, the real ones know. I'm telling, it's wild, bro. It's weird that AAOI has 40-cent slippage between the bid and ask. No, it's probably low float. Any low float stock, that's what you get. So high float, you know, bigger supply, then the stock will probably move less. But if it has a big spread and the stock is even like moved a substantial percentage, it's probably low float. There's a couple names like that. I think even like Cerebras, some of these IPOs, or anything that moves very big, there's a pretty large spread. I want to say Marvel. Marvel's like yeah, look at Marvel, right? That could be anywhere from like what, 20 to 30 cents. But Marvel has a pretty big spread as well too. Anything with lower supply, and then especially if it just, those are the stocks that could actually like double and triple up. That's probably the reason why. I know Booking has a crazy spread. I like it when you long term. So, baby, what's the long term? Oh, out. you spent time, they call it NVIDIA. No, I know, but back in the day, it was NVIDIA. I shit you not. It's like, even Jensen, there's even people on CNBC, go pull up a clip from 10, 15 years ago. They're literally calling it NVIDIA. I wish I could make this up, you guys. I'm telling, that's why I don't follow this linguistic imperialism. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do have to sound classy after a certain valuation. It's actually NVIDIA. I could go with NVIDIA as well. Yeah, 5 years. They'll be like, SpaceX. It's not SpaceX, it's SpaceX. SpaceX. Wait, what? You don't touch me. I'll find it for you. There was, we heard it once. I think at one of the Jensen said it recently. He said NVIDIA. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. Oh, those already went up? Nice. I feel like busting loose, and I feel like long term too. Ooh, ooh. Google. Remember Google was like that. I don't know. Remember Google has been a big outperformer. Their earnings wasn't bad, but I don't know if you remember 2025. Google did nothing until it did everything. Where was it? Was it like right here? Jeez, yeah. Remember it was just, it stood up, went down, then that did nothing, and then it just fucking doubled. So yeah, Google's a slow mover when nothing's happening, but other than that, I don't see anything recently. I just think that's how a lot of Mag 7 is. Well, meanwhile, just anything chips has been dominating a lot of the flow and where everything's been going. We are at 10-minute rate. Today flew by, but like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I made a play on Meta a second ago, but they already went up. And a little pop and lock there. But yeah, I'm not too big on anything. I don't want to, like I'm saying, until I have more updates on where this week is going. I don't want to get caught in the midst. Some premiums have dropped though substantially, which is good, because that was the thing. Like even on Friday on some of these plays, it's like even if you play them, you don't want, if the momentum stops and these premiums haven't came down. Palantir's a good example. Like I want Palantir double dip, but even though it's came down, those premiums are higher than where we bought them. So now the only difference is you're buying them now with no momentum, and then the premiums are still higher. So that's why it's like, yeah, you kind of want to go slow until we actually have a reason for things to wake back up again. Yeah, Zillow's done that. It's actually, this is the first time it went lower since where we got it. But it like hits the low and then chills. But yeah, it hasn't done much. The premium, same price. Or they're at break even now for me. On Oracle, I mean, well, Oracle is just earning, so at that point, it's just a matter of how you're gonna, if you want to play it or not. You'll get one more day for the run up. The Department of War Advanced Materials Office, in partnership with Navy, has released the Advanced Technology Development Opportunity for Critical Low-Risk Electrico-Optic Alternatives. Find what plays that are related to that. That sounds like a lagger. You might wake up to that one tomorrow, where all these companies just gap up off of it, and then they'll reissue that headline. Bittersweet selling the account for a house down payment. Thankful you showed us real time how to do it. I appreciate you in the channel. I appreciate you, brother. Are you kidding me? Let's go, man. You're living out the goal. That's what I'm talking about. Another house on the way. That's it. The rebuild's fun, bro. The rebuild's fun. It is bittersweet, but you know, easier to not mess up on the rebuild. You get more flexibility, and now you get to come into the next cycle with both a crib and the lawn term. Amen, brothers. Amen. We in a box. We're like right above. I don't know if this SPY, you're up by 0.3, but then we only have 5 more minutes, so anything could happen in that time frame. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Corning got two. I mean, again, Corning could react to the Apple post delay, but I don't think they announced anything. But then Corning had the Amazon like fiber optic deal this morning. So that's what got it up. But who fits in with that low-risk electrico-optic alternatives? Find out what companies that would be related to that. The Department of War, they said they're doing some advanced development opportunity. OPTX. I think it already looks up, but yeah. Anything related to that directly would probably do a lot better. But those are the names you might wake up to tomorrow, even on Wednesday. Just depends. It sounds like, I don't know. Is it it's not like, what's it called? The photonics, is it? NSTXL, is that the name of him? Coherus. A lot of them seem big. But yeah, is it photonics? That's what, because I'm saying, if that's the case, that's easy. You'll just see these move tomorrow. Didn't Lightpath already get a deal the other day? All right, well, SPY's moving again. Final 5 right now. Leonardo. So yeah, you just got to pick one of these. Let me see. No, just speculation. We got 5 minutes. Is OPTX and OPXS, are they the same? Raytheon. Yeah, Leonardo, RTX. Yeah, the NSTXL is the portal. OPXS doesn't show up. That one looks better. And then LPTH, yeah, they're the ones that look like this. Those are the ones with the exposure to it. And then LightPath, AAOI, yeah, this is like photonics pretty much. So you pretty much have a government headline, and then Leandro, and then L3, and then RTX. What was the other one? Oh shit, we're running out of time, you guys. Oh, those are too expensive. Damn. Oh yeah, LightPath is the only one with options. All right. All right, you gotta hurry if you want it. All negative change close. I want something with more time or better, but just in case, go small with that. If we're right on the lagger, we hit, and then worst case, you play shares with the good ones. But yeah, I made a LightPath play. And then yeah, that's the, I like the OPXS and OPTX, but they only have shares. So we'll see. Throw a small option, we get lucky on the delayed reaction. Otherwise, yeah, we still need some momentum. But yeah, 1 minute, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horda Tedonia. Oh man, we closed green. Friday was wicked, and now we are here. But my friends, oh man, you got a very big week ahead. No clear answers on the momentum just yet, but oh, brother, I hope you're ready for all of it. But Chad, Monday in the books. You're almost halfway done with June. I need a good game in the Chad, baby. Drop that GG. Oh, here's your ICAP of the day. Oh, let's go, baby. Members, non-members, stream alerts, the locked in. Did you contribute today? Did you learn something? Were you a part of it? God bless you, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, man, I see you too, chat. Gen Pop, locked in. It don't matter, bro. What matters is you contributed. You carried on the long term, the honor of the long term. You're ready to go, baby. It's just Monday. Come on. It's good, though. We got the calm emotions after Friday. Oh, my God. He wants to fight you, man. Oh. Amen, baby. GG. God bless you, Chatadonia. Happy Monday. Odd Monday in the books. What's going to happen next? They hate AI art.
Cause it's not really art. Seek Jesus from the start.
Wow.
That's how you'll be real smart.
Thank you, my friend. All the real ones.
Jesus is King.
Jesus is Lord. I controls chat cause it gets bored, but Jesus is still Lord. Good game, baby. Monday's gone. How many more Mondays do we have? You have like 26 more Mondays left, right? Or like 25? Did you know that? Oh, GG, baby. Good game. Wow. Chatadonia. What a Monday. That kind of flew by. It felt kind of slow because the market had this weird tension, but, you know, not too bad, bro. Not too bad. So, Chatadonia, I hope you're living good. I hope you have lived a blessed day, even though it felt like there'd be more volatility. But then again, this isn't that bad. You know what I'm saying? This isn't that bad. So, Chad, I'm glad that you made it. I hope your Monday was good. We have a very long week ahead of us. A lot of opportunities. A lot of patience is necessary, too. Hopefully, a lot of info. Hopefully, not a lot of dollar moves, or hopefully good dollar moves. But we're going to find out. But, Chad, that is all that I have for you. I got a video tonight for the Instagram. I got a video tonight for the Locked In. So I hope I see you guys there. But in the meantime, I'm going to go get my workout in. I got to get my Monday body moving. You know what I'm saying? So let's make the most of it. But thank you for your time. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, and why, my friends, my friend, the future is all in your hands. The experience of the past will inspire you for where you need to go looking forward. You already have everything to begin. You're not going towards, my brain will be here. Your brain is already there. It's just waiting for you. It's waiting for you to grow into your destiny, baby. But the brain is already Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you tonight and in the morning. And that's it. We don't have any earnings. I think you'll get some other earnings this week, but I think we're actually starting it off with a slow earnings then. Yeah, we don't have any, bro. But yeah, Chad, that's all. I hope you had a good Monday. I hope you're ready to finish out a good Monday and then ready for a Tuesday, baby. We'll have a good time, but I love you all. I'll see you there. And before I head out, just remember, I'm a sellout, man, okay? You know, this shit's expensive. The newswire costs thousands and thousands of dollars every month to power. You know what I'm saying? 7 hours every day. Then another couple hours after the bell. None of this shit's cheap, dog, okay? But that's why I had to sell out and get a sponsor. And just remember, all this content and great information is brought to you by Long Term Monthly. Get yours today. Get yours today for a limited time only. Act now. Amen. Amen.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself